collaborate with the Nigerian University Commission up to the university to increase the number of universities offering the degree programs in actuarial science. Currently, 4 out of 273 universities do offer this course. Only 4 out of 273 universities. The NADP will ensure the availability of physical, virtual tuition houses for those writing external professional examinations, support them in every way, and collaborate with renowned professional bodies to look at specific ways and opportunities to help to coordinate these efforts. Additionally, it will support the passage of the Nigerian Actuarial Bill at the National Assembly and the development of Nigerian actuarial tables. The NADP has already taken off. I had the pleasure and the privilege to inaugurate the working group in early May 2024. The work group comprises of stakeholders across the actuary landscape in Nigeria, including representatives of the Nigerian Actuarial Society, the academia, NICOM, PENCOM, NHIA, all the big 4 firms, the Nigerian Insurance Association, PENOP, UNDP, Global Actuarial Initiative, and the Nigerian Population Commission. The group is coordinated by our own Mr. Rotimi Okpaise. Is he here? Is Mr. Rotimi here already? He's not. They're already doing a great job. The idea behind the program is to create an all-inclusive platform for developing the profession so that we don't have to duplicate efforts and wasted resources. We're in London 2 weeks ago to meet the outgoing and incoming presidents of the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries, Kalpana and Katrina, respectively. Katrina is here with us today. We want to thank you very much. We had a very productive discussions and the outcomes of which will soon benefit the entire actuary profession in Nigeria. This initiative will also be extended to other friendly associations and bodies willing to partner with Nigeria. We appreciate the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries accreditation of UNILAG MSc program. We are looking forward to the undergraduate accreditation soon. President Katrina, thank you in advance for all that you do for the actuarial profession in Nigeria. The program will support and sustain the development of the Nigerian actuarial mortality and morbidity tables, being technically championed by the UNDP GAIN, the Milliman Incorporation. In fact, FRC cannot wait to issue the table out as standards for Nigeria so that we can reduce our reliance on foreign data to handle our local challenges and also specific issues. We will also put our weight behind the passage of the Nigerian Actuarial Charter Bill when the National Assembly is ready to move forward with that project. This is a project that must be done as soon as possible. I would encourage Nigerian Actuarial Society to work closely with the federal government of Nigeria and its agencies to succeed in its endeavor. Unlike many development economy, government is key as part of the business ecosystem. And it is very, very important that you work very closely with government agencies in order to champion all the agenda and aspirations that you have for this profession. ICANN and other professional bodies have a member nominee in their councils. Such collaboration will be crucial to contribute meaningfully to the actuarial development. We are aware of unlicensed professionals in the system. This will soon be addressed with the release of the Nigerian Actuarial Practice Regulations 2024 in the next few months by the FRC through the work being coordinated by the Nigerian Actuarial Development Program. In the near future, we'll also carry out enforcement programs to check for effectiveness and also to provide general oversight for this profession so that we can engender trust and promote accountability and transparency in all that we do. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, with the support of all the stakeholders, including the development partners, friendly regulators, bodies, and professional associations, both here and overseas. The opportunity to become an actuary in Nigeria will soon be open to all aspiring actuarial professionals. As I draw this keynote address to a close, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone, especially our international guests, for their participation and engagement. And I want to also specifically thank the president of the Nigerian Actuarial Society. This gathering has been a testament to our collective commitment to advancing the actuarial profession in Nigeria. The insights shared and discussion held over since yesterday have been truly enlightening, reinforcing the critical role actuaries play in our economy. Let us move forward with a renewed sense of purpose, embracing the opportunities and challenges that AI and other innovations present. Remember, our strength lies not only in our expertise, but also in our adaptability, ethical commitment, and regulatory compliance. Together, we will continue to build a future where actuarial science thrives, ensuring financial stability and informed decision-making for all. I want to thank you very much for your dedication and contribution to the profession, and I wish you a very fruitful deliberation in the course of your summit here today, and may our paths cross again in the pursuit of excellence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rabiu. So Dr. Rabiu gave an amazing keynote speech, and I'm sure most of you here would know who Dr. Rabiu is. But for those who don't, Dr. Rabiu Olowo is a highly accomplished corporate reporting and public finance leader with a proven track record in developing and implementing corporate governance practices in both private and public institutions. He has a distinguished academic background and a wealth of professional qualifications. He holds an MBA from the University of Lagos, an MSc in Accounting and Finance from Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen, UK, and a PhD in Forensic Accounting and Auditing. Moreover, he is a chartered accountant, chartered management accountant, certified internal controls auditor, and a certified fraud examiner, amongst other esteemed qualifications. Dr. Olowo's previous role as the Honorable Commissioner for Finance in Lagos State from 2019 to 2023 showcases exceptional leadership capabilities in managing the fiscal policies of one of Africa's largest economies. His accomplishments in revenue management, expenditure management, investment management, debt management, financial reporting, and governance were instrumental in elevating Lagos State's financial standing to the prestigious AAA rating by Fitch and international rating agencies. So please, let's give a final round of applause to Dr. Rabiu Olowo for his amazing keynote speech.
Thank you, Miriam, for that wonderful introduction of enlightening us more about Dr. Rabiu. He's a wonderful personality that we have here. Thank you once again, Dr. Rabiu, for having to grace our events today. We'll be introducing Simi Akinsomi to come talk to us about the big leap. Break. Okay. All right, let's take the edge off and go have a coffee break, and we'll come back. Okay, let's take some edge off and take a break. All right. Thank you. We'll reconvene in 15 minutes.
Continental Re is building the most valuable insurance brand in Africa. Our company has honed its reputation and success on core values, commitment, responsibility, sustainability, and trust. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and foreign environment, we have consistently managed to like our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of attaining and maintaining profitability. At Continental, we pride ourselves in being there for our customers, our employees, our shareholders, supported stricken clients by settling millions of dollars of related claims. Again, post the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our payouts helped scores of African businesses avoid financial ruin. With 6 regional offices and deeply entrenched distribution relationships, we have grown an extensive network that reaches virtually all African countries. Our proximity to customers gives us deep insights into their needs. Continental Re is constantly changing, constantly evolving, embracing change and innovations, focusing keenly on our purpose to bridge Africa's protection gap and building a sustainable business. All this while still anchored on the same core values and adhering to the best practices that have shaped and driven our business for over 3.5 decades. We are backers of sustainability initiatives such as Nairobi's Karura Urban Forest and the Nigeria Conservation Foundation. We support free and independent journalism across the whole of Africa by sponsoring the annual Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards. The world may be unpredictable, the operating environment may be challenging, but the team here at Continental Re remains focused on providing truly outstanding services and solutions and delivering sustainable value to our shareholders and other stakeholders. We invest in people and are committed to gender equality. We have built a winning team, and together we are building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa.
Thinking inside the box is very limiting. Outside the box, now that's where the real gold is. Truth is, you're doing so well for always making moves, but now you need a partner like Leadway to take the high grounds with you. A partner experienced enough to help you build, knowledgeable enough to expand your assets, and competent enough to ensure your well-being and secure your future. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services. Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
All right, everyone. Welcome back from the break. Those of us outside, can we all come in? Please, let's all come in and take our seats. We'll be starting right about now. Right. Our next guest speaker is Mr. Simi Akinsomi. He's a wonderful personality to have in our midst today. He is a highly accomplished strategic thinker with sterling accomplishments. His experience spans over 15 years, where he has built expertise around project management, product management, operations management, strategy, and business development. His professional career trajectory has taken him across multiple sectors such as fintech, energy, power, retail, where he has led many projects of national impact. He has built an inclusive, collaborative leadership style that helps him retain very high-performing teams that achieve exceptional results. As an execution expert, he has taught, mentored, and led multicultural, geographical distributed teams to achieve strategic objectives and key results. He embraces opportunities as he approaches life with faith, confidence, and optimism. He enjoys weighing ideas, analyzing systems and businesses to produce the best of decisions. Please give us a round of applause for Mr. Simi Akinsomi.
Good morning. Yes. Good morning. The energy is very low. Can we warm up? Is it because of the rain? Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here, to be in the midst of these very smart people. I want to appreciate the organizers of this event for the privilege to come and share my thoughts around the topic that I think is too difficult to ignore. AI is upon us. For those of us that remembered 1996 when internet came into Nigeria, I remember early 2000 attending similar conferences like this, where we were literally talking about leveraging internet to drive growth. Then over the years, that became boring. And now we are in the fourth industrial revolution. So in the next few minutes, I think I have about 30 to 45 minutes, I'll be talking about leveraging AI to drive competitive advantage. And one of the things that caught my attention as I entered here was when I saw Society of Innovators. So that means that I'm in the midst of the right people who are open to learning, who are open to new things, who are open to new ways of doing things, and obviously improving systems. Let me check. Please, can somebody check this teleprompter for me? I don't think so. Thank you. While they were doing that, I was having a chat with one of the organizers yesterday night. I said, why did you put me in day 2? Everything I want to say, other people have said it yesterday. So if I didn't say anything that you've not heard before, please hold Ganil and his team responsible. I will not take responsibility for that. Thank you. All right. So the first thing we want to try and establish is to even understand what the horizon looks like. For example, when you say competitive advantage, it definitely means growth. Are there new ways of doing things? Are there new learnings that we can learn? So basically, African penetration in terms of insurance generally is about 6.7% average. Nigeria is about 0.2%. And if you look at that, it's literally very low compared to what a lot of the other countries are doing in terms of insurance penetration. When I was studying the data, it was amazing to see that Taiwan, I think, does about 17%. And insurance penetration basically means that the percentage of your GDP that insurance contributes to. So if you look at how small that is, meaning that there's a lot of potential for growth, specifically for Nigeria. Then today, about GDP has grown in Nigeria over the last 1 year for about 0.6% growth, and largely driven by a lot of investment in the banking and insurance sector. So what that means is that a lot of people investors are still positive about the potential that the sector holds and how it can drive growth. Again, today, I'm just trying to build the background around Nigeria. Inflation is about 33.595%, depending on your data source, right? That's the range. And as we know, as consumption continues to go down, what do people do? They fleece up things that they think are not necessary. Things like insurance, like general risk management, securities. People feel that, okay, for example, if the cost goes up, I probably will not buy insurance, for my car and things like that. And that can actually really impact the growth of the sector. Now it begins to get interesting, right? 60 countries around the world already have AI strategies. They've already implemented national strategy for AI. In fact, I think Canada already had one since 1988. I'm not sure there's anything like that in their country. And we're at the verge of losing out again. If not, we then become a consuming nation that then start to leverage secondary platforms to achieve the benefits that AI provides. By 2033, projection shows that AI will rival humans in terms of capabilities. But what does that mean? Let me go a little bit deeper. When we think about AI, it's just some bunch of data that resides somewhere that have been trained over time to output an outcome. If you wake me up now and ask me about the power sector, I can speak for 6 hours. But if you wake me up now and you ask me about neurosurgery, you ask me about urology, I may not be able to speak. Not because I don't have the capacity, because I've not been trained to be able to speak in that manner. And why did I say that? Yes, AI may rival, humans in terms of capabilities. But at the end of the day, at the base of that are humans. Meaning that the extent at which AI can grow is a function of the humans that make it happen. It's like hiring a security. If you have a soldier in your house and you have an aboki as it were, or a regular guard, you don't experience the same level of security comfort. Not because both of them are not trained to deliver at a particular level. So this is what this means. And you cannot talk about these things without mentioning the fear that AI is coming to take our jobs. And then finally, right, about 4.4 trillion annual contribution to the global GDP, generative AI, it could act to contribute to that. And for those of us that are not familiar with what this means, we use ChatGPT, you use Meta AI, so it's just an AI that generates prompts and gets back to you. That's what it just means generally. But again, how do you then leverage AI? First, there must be digital maturity, which unfortunately we still struggle to see a lot of this in the insurance company. Let me share a case. One of my colleagues had a minor surgery on her leg, and she had to visit the hospital. She has this health insurance from one of these HMOs. So she went into the hospital. First, you come in, you register your name. It was an hospital she has never been to. When she comes in, you mention the name of your insurance company. They will send an email to check. That's 30 minutes minimum, if they are very fast. Then after you send your name, they check to just check if you have an active policy. If that is correct, then you fill a form. You wait another, depending on the efficiency of the hospital, around 15 to 20 minutes. Meanwhile, you have a pain. You have something that is an emergency or something that you should be attended to. Then they do whatever they're supposed to do. After a while, the insurance company gets back to the hospital. Then you go see the doctor. Once you see the doctor, if you have any prescription, they send another email. Now, so it was getting interesting until I checked her after 4 hours. I said, "Are you still in the hospital?" She said, "Yes." I said, "So why are you waiting?" She said, "They are trying to wait for my insurance company to check if they can approve my drugs." She said, "But however, I've been chatting with the insurance company." Now, the insurance company had deployed some digital tool. She was chatting with them. They had approved. Hospital said that they have not seen the result. Long story short, after about 5 hours, I said, "Can you ask how much this is?" Gentlemen and ladies, she was delayed because she needed a Band-Aid that cost 450 naira. That madness should not continue. And this is, I've used over the last 6 years, I've used 3 different HMOs. And some of the people driving some of those HMOs are in this room. It is the same experience. Now, how can you solve this problem with AI? Very simple. You can preload the data to some generative model. I just come in, what is your policy number? I enter it. In a second, it gives me all the answer. It has pre-approved me for the kind of access that I have. 15 minutes, I'm out of there. Now, if I start a startup or you start a startup, insurance will fight back that you are coming to take their lunch. That is exactly what we see in fintech. And that is the problem I think that we face across the value chain, even into other parts of Nigeria, sectors. But for you to then drive digital maturity, first, there will be some semblance of digital transformation. What does that mean? It means that technology, to a large extent, drives your processes. That's what it means. And that's driven by tools, right? Some of us are familiar with ERPs and email tools, Office 365, anything that enhances communication and productivity. Those are tools. But at the beginning of that are the people. In 2014, I used to work for a company, and we're trying to implement Open ERP. But we had a terrible culture of, you send an email to an executive, the executive tells you that, why didn't you remind me on, BBM? Then WhatsApp was not very popular. So we assembled a team to deploy an ERP. That ERP cost us 60 million naira in 2014, which should be about $60,000. Wow, Nigeria. So that's how much it cost. So we deployed the ERP. Guess what? It failed. So we were in the meeting. I was quite junior. I was a project manager. I couldn't really have a voice. But the senior people were just talking. The consultant didn't do what they were supposed to do. And I said, sir, no. You sit here. We will send you an email. We have to remind you to read the email. An ERP system first requires that you log in, then you understand the business rules, and do 5 things before you can then achieve results. If you cannot read your email, how do you then specifically be able to use an ERP? Unfortunately, that company tried with 3 other vendors, including Microsoft Dynamics. And as of 6 years later, they have not been successful. Why? They have a people problem. You cannot leverage AI if you don't fix your people issues. One of the giants of automation, which is Bill Gates, said that, and I think I can still remember the quote verbatim, or about implied. He basically said that automation does not really solve any problem. If you automate an efficient system, you get automated efficiency. If you automate an inefficient system, you escalate your inefficiency. So basically, to leverage AI, we must fix people issues. Every day I meet insurance people, everybody trying to sell to me. It's the same problem. They are largely probably not knowledgeable about the product, or they are not empowered, or they have to check back internally to make a decision. And I'm talking to 5, 6 people at the same time. So, but if you arm them with the right tools, where they can just ask basic questions and they are empowered to make decisions, then we can begin to talk about incremental growth. Then beyond that, then you have the right processes in place. If you don't have these 3 things, then you're not ready for AI. You're not ready, because AI too is also very, very dangerous. But now let's assume that all of this is available, meaning that there's some level of duty maturity, processes are in place, accountability is in place, the right people, the right culture, the right training, and things like that. Well, how do we then begin to leverage this? Number one is we all have to be open to artificial intelligence. It is here to stay. It is going to stay. I don't think there's anything we can do about it. Insurance brokers, leaders of the industry, you must accept this change or be prepared to die. I don't honestly think there's any way out. Second is, you must have an AI strategy. AI is broad. For example, let's look at claims management. I could use some sort of generative tool
to drive claims. Another person could use some blend of augmented reality with AI, meaning that I take a picture, I just send the picture somewhere, and it comes back with all the feedback that I need. You have to define a strategy that ties into the culture of the company, that ties into the maturity of the company, that ties into the maturity is very key of the company. So, for example, Axama, let me mention some names. Axama answered maybe 15 steps ahead, and another insurance maybe 2 steps ahead. So let's not do what I call copy and paste, which was what we saw in a lot of banking sector. Everybody was just deploying technology. Confusion everywhere. So let's ensure that there's an AI strategy. Then AI is extremely dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Right? There was a video I wanted to share about a guy, a journalist in Nigeria, who was addressing people with AI. He was speaking 5 different languages. The same voice, and that's how dangerous AI is. So there must be governance boundaries. And as you know, innovation is good, right? But the problem with innovation is that it creates another problem. Before internet, there was nothing like cybersecurity. I mean, there was nothing like cybersecurity. There was nothing like internet fraud. As we solved communication global barriers, we created another monster. AI will bring another monster that will now be opportunities for other organizations. So if you are here, you are an innovator. You may not play directly in implementing AIs, but you could also play around the security and governance side. How do you ensure that companies align to the right structure and maximize benefits that AI obviously can bring? Balance risk and opportunities. I've described this. There is an opportunity, there's also a risk. Right? As you implement AI, you also have to look out for people that have been doing the job over the years, so that you don't create another problem in a unionized environment. There must be a balance between the risk, and I'll talk about the opportunities soon, and the opportunities that this technology brings. Then manage expectations. This is very, very critical. It's a critical change that honestly most of us are even trying to understand. It's so crazy that if you follow it, there's a new tool every day. You wake up, this one is doing this. It's a lot of mess. But I think that with time, we'll filter out the chaff from the real content. And I think it's like that with, it was similar to what we saw in the mobility space. Around 2010, 2009, there was a lot of noise around electronic vehicles, blah, blah, blah. Half of those startups are dead. They are literally all dead. The ones that are claiming profitability are literally leveraging carbon credit as an alternative source of revenue. But if you think about the actual numbers of cars sold, it's still largely negligible to non-EV vehicles. And I think that we're beginning to see a lot of this, in AI. And if you follow it, even most of the big tech are like rushing in, launching products that are half-baked, products that are not accurate, because everybody is afraid of what we call in product management, fear of missing out. And so players here must be very strategic and understand their niche, understand their market, understand their stakeholders, so that they can maximize the benefits. Now, so the opportunities, right, that this brings, and this is about areas where, as a consumer, and I think we all consume insurance products, especially in Nigeria, that we have the most complaints. Number one, risks profiling. I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done around how we profile customers, around how we profile potential beneficiaries of insurance products. And I think largely that's why, in my opinion, we've not been able to scale as we should have scaled. I think that less than, and I hope that my data is correct, less than 20-30% of Nigerians have access to any semblance of insurance. If you go outside the metropolitan cities, in my hometown in Ondo, I've never heard about insurance. And the insurance that people really have is third-party insurance. Why? Most of the insurance companies don't want to go to those places because, in quote, it's a waste of time. Largely, most of these people are not knowledgeable about the benefits of insurance. And we assume that they don't want to pay premium. No. If you give people value and you make them see value in a product or service, I believe, especially in Nigeria where life expectancy of the adult male is about 45 years, I don't think any reasonable person will want to key into that. That is why to drive more growth, there must be a lot of work around risk profiling. But now you want to access or analyze the data set of 90 million Nigerians. There's a limit to what SQL programming languages can do. But with the right computing power, AI can give you a lot of outcomes. Yesterday I was at an event similar to this, and the head of, I think, governance for Facebook in West Africa was speaking. And she said that at every instant, somebody has a question around this AI. She said at every instant, across Facebook platforms, meta platforms, I mean, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, etc., they have at least 3 billion active users. You cannot drive community policing. You cannot hold people accountable to following community guidelines by writing codes at that level. Those are quantum computing. That's another application of AI. Number one. Number two, I already described this. Poor adoption. AI can help analyze data. If you build in the model, it can analyze the data and advise on where the next line of growth should be. Number three is products. Most like I described the products earlier. So you have a lot of apps, whether it's pension, insurance, life insurance, whatever. I don't think there's any insurance company or broker without some level of digital app. But most of the time, these apps are cumbersome to use. They are not tailored to the customer. Somebody was trying to sell life insurance to me, and I punched my calculator. I said, if I just put this money in some sort of trustee and I die, I get more benefits. So why should I give you people my money? Then after convincing me for 15 minutes, then, sir, please, I have target. I want to buy the product, but the product cannot serve me. So artificial intelligence can help. You can even analyze different products across different landscape, across competitors, etc., and just get insights that you can use to enhance your product. Number four is pricing. And so this is very dear to me. For the last 12 years, I've used what we call comprehensive insurance in Nigeria. I started paying from the days of 1.5% to 5%. And I've never had an accident. Yes, maybe I'm religious. I'm also a very careful driver. So I've never gotten any benefit. So I've been a low-risk customer. All I get is my insurance company. Unfortunately, the MD is a friend. For the last several years, he even pays for me. He says, I've paid. When you have time, refund the money. I'm like, I've been a consistent customer. My risk profile is low. For 12 years, I've only had a claim of 37,000. And it was because I wanted to have a claim. Somebody scratched me. I'm like, I must have a claim. Just a scratch. So why should we not have, and it may be tough if you're looking at us on a individual basis, but when you have a pool of those people that fall into the same profile, you can tailor-made a product to them and maybe approach the regulators and find a customized pricing for them. People insure houses for 20 years. And they've also put a lot of resources in place to ensure that their risk is managed. So that risk will probably never crystallize. Right? This is very dear to me. We can do a lot better in terms of pricing. Again, to health management, HMOs and things like that. We can create premium pricing, right? Where I don't need to wait. I should just go in. I don't mind paying an extra amount of money if I can save. Look at the example that I gave. If I can save some time, it doesn't make sense why we should all be in the same pool. And the idea of, you are prestige, you are bronze, which is typical nomenclature, is the same experience. The only difference is if I'm bronze, maybe my coverage is 1 million. If you are prestige, maybe your own is 500,000. We are still all going to queue. In fact, a friend told me about a case of an MD of an insurance company that went into the hospital and had a similar experience. So he called the customer service team around 2 a.m. Nobody picked. As such, he had to pay for the service. He was running arguably the largest insurance company in Nigeria. So it's not a gang up against customers. It's just that we just have to do more. That's what I think. Please, can you click the laptop so that you move it for me manually? Please, can somebody please check my slide? Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for, maybe AI can also, maybe AI can also help us out here. All right. All right, and I've described this, thank you. Customers are the key. You know, if you want to build, when we want to build insurance-based products, my opinion is that we start from the customer. The customer should inform the strategy. They understand the pain that they feel. They understand the kind of products or service that they want to experience. And again, largely, a lot of the customers are knowledgeable. They are largely exposed. They've been outside the world, outside the country. They've read, they've attended seminars and things like that. Now, so let's now go deeper, to look at key intersections and immediate wins. Like I said earlier, you cannot push your entire process or value chain into an AI model. It's probably going to crash. There should be an incremental change. So what I've tried to do here is to look at the baby steps that as practitioners we can make or we can take, whether you actively work for an insurance company or you're trying to innovate products. First is, I strongly believe that the example I gave earlier on the customer experience is very, very critical. For example, what do we do today when it comes to vehicle insurance, at least for the one I use? Every time you want to insure another car, they will have to send somebody. Most times the guy is busy with book. For 3 days, you've not seen the guy. We don't need to do that. I could take a picture of the car with a simple app, upload the picture, and AI will scan, leveraging AI tools, machine learning and things like that. It will scan and just give me a report. And because I have the vehicle identification number of the car, if it's not a brand new car, if it's what we call fairly used or tokumbo in Nigeria, you can check the VIN against any database worldwide. And we know if the engine has been changed. It just makes life easy. And you can then key into that decision. Make that decision promptly. It has a lot of capabilities to affect customer service. And how? Right? If you're a customer service practitioner, you're implementing a customer service model, people will call in. As I call in, the moment I call in, he knows my name, he knows my number. I think that exists today. But the most interesting part now is because it's been trained to understand a lot of my models. He has some history about the kind of issues I have. He can quickly pop up and give that customer service rep some answers that they may desire. Today, the only known, again, this is subject to my own experience with the insurance companies that I've used. I think the only known interaction I know is maybe it's my birthday. Somebody sends me a message when it's in my birthday. Then I get an email reminding me to log in. The best I've seen sends me repeated emails to remind me about their service channels. Right? Those emails clog my emails. Emails are extremely expensive now because you get tons of these things. You have to be deleting and things like that. But we can create customized solutions that can then address specific customer needs. If the customers are limited to those of us in this room, then it's easy. I can sit with everybody, understands your need. But when you even talk to customers that beyond their name and data sets, you don't really know a lot about them. So you need to be able to leverage AI. Number 3 is channel management. I think one of the things that I think the insurance sector needs to probably embrace, and I've had these conversations in some engagements that I've had, is to find a way to leverage the agency backing network in Nigeria to drive scalable exponential growth. And why did I say that? Across Nigeria, there are about over 250,000 unique agency banking nodes that are spread across the country. They understand the customer. They understand the terrain. The customers trust them. By leveraging this simple technology with some other models, we can drive exponential scale. If I want to go transfer money somewhere in the bush in Kano, the guy there can describe or sell insurance products to me. I am a farmer. I do about 2 million, 3 million naira worth of cash transactions. These things happen. A lot of these guys have a lot of cash, but there's nobody talking to them. They don't have emails, they don't do phones. What they are used to is the physical interaction. And they have built trust with a lot of these agency nodes. We need to find a way to drive scale by leveraging this, what I'll call networks. Some sort of network effect. There's something I also talked about, I think I should get there soon. 2 is adoption, and I described it briefly now. We need to be able to drive scalable adoption. And AI can actually really, really help us do that. And one of the descriptions I've done is sales planning, right? So what we see today is you are trying to sell to, my experience, people are trying to sell to somebody who is extremely knowledgeable in financial management or probably runs an asset management company. Then we send somebody that is not very experienced in insurance to go sell to that person. Then he asks a lot of very uncomfortable questions that that person has not probably been equipped to answer, or has been equipped to answer but refused to do his or her homework. Then you lose that sale. We should find a way to target customers to actual people that need to experience insurance. And I sincerely believe that the data is available. Maybe sourcing for the data may be another issue. But we have the data today where you can build tailor-made solutions for people. Another thing is, what we call insurance broker, agents, all these people today is an affiliate marketing program. What does that mean? I sell a product to you, I get a commission. That's affiliate marketing. But largely, most of these things are done offline. Most of these people have flyers and physical forms, right? You can build a simple tool that anybody can sell insurance. For example, I play football twice a week, and I belong to 4 football clubs in Lagos. I just got invited to number 5 on Tuesday, because that's how I network. None of us have health insurance. In fact, there was one of us broke his leg, I think, 2 or 3 months ago. We're playing, and he broke his arm. He fell on his arm. About 35-year-old guy broke the arm. No form of insurance within that loop. I could sell insurance to the club, and we pay a simple premium. But why should I do that? There's no incentive. The best I can do is probably give you the deal and you follow through and you close. But if I have a tool that I can ask the right questions immediately, you can create an army of 10 million, 20 million people that can drive the sector. We need to think about how to drive exponential scale by leveraging some of these tools that are already available. And you know what? They are not very difficult to implement. You know, sometimes when we hear about, it was like the first time I tried to understand how internet works. You know, it looks like something very out of this world. Till I went to the first principles. These are very simple things that some of us even do things that are probably more complex. Risk and underwriting, right? How do you validate that somebody's policy is active? What do we do today? Let's say I have life insurance and I pass on. For 30 days, I'll be very lucky if my beneficiary benefits. First, I have to come with death certificate. You know, they are already mourning, so they don't want to bring death certificate so that it doesn't look like they're after my life insurance or things like that. We don't do autopsy. A lot of these things we don't do. Not because we don't know how to do them, but we need platforms that are verifiable, that can help us do that. Similarly, if you end in a car crash, or you just have to lay claim to some sort of from benefits, the first thing is to validate you have a valid policy. The best process I know, except you know somebody inside, is you send an email. Or if you are very lucky, you call your key account manager. If you have the right relationship, they'll pick. We cannot scale anything at that level. There's a lot of bottlenecks. There's a lot of inefficiency across the value chain. And this is not peculiar to the insurance sector. If you go to energy, you see the same thing. Go to fintech, you see the same thing. Go to oil and gas, you see absolutely the same thing. Right? Fraud detection, right? I don't know if I should share this story. Think. I will. 2016, I was in the middle of some guys, they were talking. One of them drives this 2005 Corolla. that is largely used for Uber, for those of us that are familiar with the car. So he was broke. And he said, I need to get money. So we're just talking, right? We're running a master's degree program somewhere in one of these Nigerian universities. And in our presence, this guy calls his, what we call panel beater, right? Somebody that can fix the car. Came in, removed the 2 headlamps, removed some things, took some pictures, and sent to insurance company that they have damaged this car. Long story short, he connived with the agent, the guy that was sent from the insurance company to come and inspect the car, and he got a claim for no damage. I'm sure we've heard all this. Everybody's looking at me like I'm speaking French. We all know. If we are to be honest, we hear these things in our boardrooms. But how can you solve that problem? And artificial intelligence, to a large extent, can help solve the problem. Because of time, I may not be able to go deeper into that. Quotes. How do you generate quotes on the fly? You're talking to me. You don't need to say, I will send you an email. Half of the time, somebody I met, she saw I put this flyer on my WhatsApp status. She still commented, I commented this morning. She has been trying to sell insurance to me for 3 months. I've not seen the quotes. I'll get back to you. Because maybe nobody is putting pressure on her internally. Or maybe her boss had done all of the work. She just leverages or rides on the wing of the boss. Right? But if we incentivize people well, we may be able to drive the right strategy. And number 4 is, I think these are the 4 critical low-hanging fruits that we can immediately start to look at before you then start to drive deeper into the internal processes. And number 4 is pricing, things around remittances, things around statements. I don't like that the only time anybody remembers me in my insurance is when my policy is due. I feel like I've been betrayed. And you know, business in Nigeria is a contact sport. People buy, we like that friendship. That is our culture. That's how the Nigerian consumers behave. So if you don't build product around that. So I had an insurance plan with a particular insurance company for 11 years. No contact. So a very good friend of mine got a job to go and drive growth in another insurance company. And obviously, he came looking for me. Convinced me after 3 months, I carried my investment, moved it to his own company. But I think that they've been able to crack this contact spot thing. Because I introduced him to a lot of customers. And you could see genuine intention around how they try to get to know us. So after I left, the previous insurance company called me. Somebody said, oh, my name is so, I'm the chief strategy, blah, blah, blah. I said, oh, what can I do for you, sir? He said, you left, I want to understand. I said, so you have my number. So for 11 years, I didn't even know I existed. I'm not saying call me every day. At least for 11 years, even check on me once, right? But you cannot have 5 million, 10 million customers and check on everybody. That's also not practical. But we can leverage this simple tool to drive that kind of engagement. There's a lot of cost and price escalations. You guys should be telling us how to spend now and not save. You guys should be telling us what we can do to cushion the effect. But if you don't have the platform that allows you, beyond bulk SMS and emails that is already 20 years old in terms of technology and approach, how do you then build that connection? It's almost impossible. Finally, AI is here to stay. And according to McKinsey, to outcompete in the future, organizations and individuals alike need to get familiar fast. AI, the elephant in the room, is not coming to take anybody's job. The people that will take your jobs are the people that leveraged AI and understand how to use it to get a quick result. As I wrap up with this story, 2008, I used to work for a small company. And one of the men that we look up to had this product. Basically, what he does is he had contracts with all of the big banks in Nigeria. So he has power bikes. He has bikes. He goes around to distribute share certificates across Nigeria. It was a massive business. So you go to maybe UBA head office, you pack check certificates. So in the office, you see boxes, everything is sorted by area and things like that. 2 years later, he lost that opportunity because somebody came in and then automated the entire process. At the end of his paper, then he lost the business. That is what happens when we don't leverage technology. Again, I repeat, emails did not kill anybody. I remember in my early days of university, there was no fintech, internet banking, and things like that. One of my friends was going home, so I told him, I sent him to my parents. So my dad sent me, I think, 5,000 naira, which was a lot of money, maybe about $70 or so. Sent him 5,000 naira to give me. I was fine for the month. Now, this guy came back to school for 3 weeks. I didn't see him because there was no way to see him. By the time I saw him, he had spent the money. He said I shouldn't tell my parents because we are friends at home. And, of course, I didn't tell my parents till maybe 6, 7 years later. But why did I fall victim of that? Because there were no automation or tools to have made our life busy. If we embrace AI with an open mind, we can drive a lot of change. I'm very empathetic about what you guys do. It's a tough job convincing people to invest in something or do something, except in cases where the regulatory mandates or it's like a condition precedent to some sort of investment. People don't want to do insurance anywhere. And I admire what you people do. Thank you so much.
Just before you go, I would believe that a lot of us would have questions for you in the room. If you could just give us a few minutes of your time to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to ask a very quick question.
Tell me your names.
Oluwaseun.
Sheung?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
I read something recently, and even some conversations around artificial intelligence. Could you just put a bit of a clarification as to what differentiates AI from IoT? In this conversation, there is a kind of distinction that was being made between some kind of new innovations in the insurance industry in terms of softwares that enables certain actions or certain aspects of our businesses. And there was this argument of, are they really artificial intelligence or they actually Internet of Things? Where do we put Internet of Things while we discuss the issue of AI? Also coming up with the issue of machine learning. How are these different and possibly how are they intertwined with respect to coming up with some insurance innovations?
All right, thank you very much. So again, these technologies are not really new. So what is Internet of Things, IoT? First, let's start from things. What are things? Things are devices that have some sort of smartness to communicate. For example, if you study how Google Map works, so you are driving on 3rd Mainland. I don't know if anybody has experienced this. You are driving on a road. It tells you that there's traffic. But you get to the road, you don't see traffic. What happens is that anybody coming after you don't experience traffic. These devices that we carry pings a server somewhere. They are things, right? They report status. So what it does is if you're moving, it tracks your speed. You know, maybe with some satellite imagery and things like that. And then it can then record status. Again, another use case, if you look at the energy space, which I'm very familiar with, right? You have smart meters spread around and things like that. These meters track energy usage, track performance metrics, track a lot of things, and they report status to a server. So instead of you going to each of these meters every month to collect reading, you can sit at the back end or your software and just query the memory of these meters individually as a group. But if you have 10 meters, it's easy. If you have 100 meters, it's easy. But now you have 2 million meters. So how do you do that? You want these results instantly. You want to make a decision. That is where AI then leverages that IoT technology. But let me narrow to insurance, right? Number one, we're all familiar with car trackers. Car tracker, that's an IoT technology. Basically, you have a smart device in your car that reports status real-time or part-time to a particular server. If my car is stolen, I could tell that tracker to shut down the car. So if you are insuring a car for maybe comprehensive insurance, I have a tracker in there, meaning that I've deployed an IoT. That tracker, maybe I have within my clauses, let's say for example, a particular region is a very high-risk region. And in your policy agreement, you tell whoever the owner of the car is, do not drive beyond 10 p.m., do not go to this area because you are driving a brand new car. But the guy now comes back and says, my car has been stolen in Lekki. Meanwhile, you have said, don't come to VI. How do you prove that? If you have an IoT in there, you can query the memory of the IoT to understand the boundaries that that person has gone to. So that's AI plus IoT. Then when we say machine learning, again, what does that mean? If I enter insurance today, I've described earlier, and you ask me a question, maybe as a practitioner, I may not be able to speak at the core of the insurance sector like most of you would have, right? An example I like to use, because we're largely a religious organization, right? I mean country. You see the average Nigerian pastor, 40 years on the pulpit, 50 years on the pulpit, 25 years on the pulpit. He's spitting Bible. He's talking and he's coming up with these things. Why? Because he has deepened that capability. If you give that same person the mic to come and speak about semi-brief and bass clef, he will not say anything because he has not built that capability. So machine learning is you train a machine to do something. After a while, the machine continues to learn and do it better and understand it better. For those of us that are familiar with ChatGPT, initially you see, oh, the answers here are prone to error. You have to review. But if you use ChatGPT very well, you see that with time it gets better. So that's the idea of machine learning. It's how you train a machine to continue to repeat a task, and it does it better and it gets better and it gets better. It's a very, very dangerous technology if not used in the right context. Thank you. Any other questions?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, we have a question.
My name is Sulaiman. I'm a finance student at Actual Science Unilag. My question is, it's not really of a question, but it's due to the project I'm working on currently as a finance student is on, I'm trying to predict the chances of having fund to detect insurance claim fraud. So and I've been having some difficulties in getting data from insurance company, which would have been very easy to it would have been very easy for me to have to work on my project. So with the insights I got from your lecture today has actually helped a lot.
Thank you.
So what advice do you give to, because it's not just only me, I'm sure there are a lot of people out there too that are willing to solve some insurance companies problems, which they are not like they are employed, but they just want to solve problems. So, but we are not given the facility to leverage on that aspect. So, what advice will you give to us? Because we go to companies and we don't get feedback for data. So I don't know if there's any advice you can give to me as a student on how we can.
Thank you. And I think the problem is because Nigeria is largely an opaque country. So most of the time, you don't see a lot of these data sets. But when you say the facility you need, do you mean like the data and the primary data that you need? So I think that you already have your answers in this room. If I'm to be honest, I think you should try and connect with some of the industry leaders here. If you have a very strong case, especially if it's a publicly traded company, they can provide that data. I think the worry that a lot of these companies have is if you come to, let's say you come to Cornerstone, for example,
and I give you the data set of all the data that you need, how am I sure that you will not use that for another competitor and things like that? So if you make a very strong case and the insurance company sees benefits, maybe they may ask you to sign 1 or 2 NDAs, non-disclosure, non-compete agreement and things like that. But I think that if you really, really wanted to help and you can make that case, it shouldn't be a problem. But the answer is in this room. Talk to these gentlemen and beautiful ladies, and I'm sure they've asked your question. Hijack any of them, collect their number, meet them in the office, possibly make a case, let your university write to them formally. You should be able to get some help. I assume that this data exists, and I know it does exist. Thank you. I don't think there's any other question. Thank you again. It's my privilege and pleasure to be here.
We can scan the QR code to give feedback on the presentation that was just offered. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joshua. Thank you, everyone. So now we'll take an address from the Casualty Actuarial Society, and this address will be taken by the President-elect of the Casualty Actuarial Society, David Cummins, as well as Yvonne Palm, who is the Group Chief Risk Officer at African Reinsurance Corporation. Her work encompasses risk management, compliance, governance, and actuarial contributions across Africa and the Middle East. Yvonne currently serves on the board of directors for the Casualty Actuarial Society, the only global actuarial credentialing body that focuses exclusively on property and casualty insurance. She is the first person based in Africa to have been selected to this board by her global peers. Prior to joining African Re, Yvonne was the lead corporate actuary at Travelers Syndicate Management in London, overseeing reserving, technical provisions, business planning, and reporting of results to regulators and management. She has worked at various reputable companies globally, including Ernst & Young in the USA, as well as Markets International and ACE European groups in the UK. With almost 20 years of experience in the general insurance industry, Yvonne's career has spanned multiple lines of insurance and reinsurance business across developed and emerging markets. Yvonne is a fellow of both the Casualty Actuarial Society and the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries. She holds a Bachelor's of Arts degree from Grinnell College in the USA, where she graduated Pi Beta Kappa with honors in both mathematics and economics. In 2021, Yvonne was named Global Chief Risk Officer of the Year by the Women in Governance, Risk and Compliance series. Please welcome Yvonne Palm to the stage.
Thank you very much. So Dave's going to take a break. I'll be doing this on his behalf. If you could just bring up the slides. So yeah, I'll be talking to you about the CAS. I mean, you've heard about us a couple of times. So as you were told, we are the world's, let me check if I can, this is a new clicker. Oh, it's working. Okay, we're the world's only actuarial organization that's focused exclusively on general insurance, or property casualty insurance as it's called in the US. And we've been doing this for more than 100 years, and we have over 10,000 members. And members for the CAS are associates and fellows. We don't include candidates as members just yet. So I'll say the statement, the CAS is the #1 choice for general insurance actuaries in North America and beyond. And you might be asking me, so why is that? So our exam program and the courses that we provide are generally known to give you practical experience. So a lot of the feedback that we get is that our courses give you practical experience that you can use on the job. So that's one of the things. And then the second one is that we have an extensive library of information on general insurance, like more than anyone else. I'll talk about a little bit more about how you can access this, and also some of the opportunities that we have where you can learn more about general insurance. And then, of course, because we are experts in this field, you'll find that wherever general insurance is being talked about, you usually have a CAS member in the committee, leading the committee, etc. So I'm just going to tell you a few things that we've heard candidates say about the CAS, so you don't just believe us talking about our organization. So some have said there's a general consensus that the CAS is the gold standard. in general insurance. This candidate said the CAS is most well known for our technical skills and updated materials, and the CAS makes sure its members are technically sound. That's something that I genuinely believe as well. I really enjoy working with, when I know I'm working with someone that's an FCAS or an ACAS, I know what sort of experience they have, and I'm confident in what they'll know. Another candidate says the CAS provides a good community network and resources, which I agree. We're big, but still, there's a lot of the CAS members volunteer, so there ends up being some sort of camaraderie, and you get to know people. And then the last one, the CAS offers a sophisticated curriculum with a practical approach. So there you go. They're mentioning that we're practical again. I'm going to skip this one because Dave did cover it, but I did want to tease just a couple of the places that CAS actuaries are working. So, Cartina talked about actuaries having transferable skills, and this is definitely a example of that. So anywhere that you can have data and use it to enhance your customer's experience, you can have an actuary working there. So Uber, Dave mentioned that last time our current president is the head of analytics at Uber and hires many actuaries. Airbnb hires actuaries as well. Let's see, Expedia, which is like Waka now, has hired actuaries for many, many, many years. CAS actuaries have been working there. Let's see, maybe Google as well. Google hires actuaries, I don't know if you knew that. Tesla hires actuaries as well. So we have CAS actuaries working everywhere. Our skills are very transferable, very practical, as I've mentioned as well. So yeah, we have members all over the world. Right now, 45 countries, most of them are in Asia. So I'll skip over that quite quickly. And I'm going to talk about our affiliate membership. So I'm sure you're like, oh, okay, this sounds really great. I'm interested in general insurance, but unfortunately I've done my exams elsewhere, and but how can I be part of the CAS and at least get access to all this information? So we have our affiliate membership, which you can join if you're a credentialed actuary belonging to an organization that's part of the IAA, which NAS is. And you are in right standing with that organization, so make sure you're paying your dues. So you can join the CAS, just scan that barcode, it will give you more information. And actually, as Nigeria is an assistance qualified country, the dues are much lower for affiliate membership. I think it's something between $30 and $40 a year. And you can get access to webinars, our meetings at the membership rate. You can join some of our committees, networking opportunities that I've mentioned, and lots more. So I'm going to take you through just our basic education for a minute, because we have heard a couple of people asking us questions, not sure exactly how the CAS pathway works. So we've got what we refer to as our preliminary exams. I wonder if this has a, no. Okay, our preliminary exams at the top. Then we have some exams that help you towards your associateship credential, and then at the bottom we have the ones taking you through your fellowship. So at the top, validation by education experience. I think those of you familiar with SOA are familiar with those. Exam 1 and Exam 2 are exactly the same as the SOA exams P and FM. And then we've got our data and insurance series courses. So we call them the DISC courses. So these are online courses. They're not exams, but these cover things like data science, risk management, insurance operations, and a few other reporting items. And once you've done that, those are sort of the preliminary exams. And we have a few others to get your ACAS. So we have Modern Actuarial Statistics 1 and 2. So these are very statistics-based exams made to help you increase your learning and get a strong foundation in statistics. We've got our course on professionalism, which is also very standard for everybody else as well. Then we've got exam 5 and 6 to get your ACAS. So those cover basic pricing and reserving, as well as regulation and financial reporting. So I'm going to come back to exam 6 in a minute. And then we've got and once you get that, you have your associateship. Then we've got our fellowship exams. So those include exam 7, which is sort of advanced reserving and risk management. I had a question yesterday where somebody asked me, because my background was in reserving, and someone asked me, well, how did you transition from reserving to risk management? Did you have to take another credential course? I didn't do anything because that was ingrained in my memory already. I think, Dave, you've also had a risk management job as well before. So, we cover all of that within our exams. And then we have exam 8, which is advanced pricing, exam 9, financial risk and rate and return. So all of these are general insurance specific. So it's a very, very robust curriculum. We are adding a course on predictive analytics coming soon as well. So exam 6, I did say I was coming back to that, because that one's on regulation reporting. So we do actually have an international version. It's offered once a year, where we try to focus on regulations that are used outside, within the world. So things like Solvency II, IFRS 17. It also covers tackle-full insurance. So we're trying to make that more encompassing so people that are outside of the US can have relevance in this exam. So that's available in November. And I'll also just touch on our exam discount program. So again, because Nigeria is an assistant qualified country, you actually get discounts for taking our CES exams. And they are, I said 70%, but it's actually over 70%. I guess it depends on the exam. You don't have to prove your income. You just for the fact that you are based in Nigeria, you can apply. But you do have to make sure you get the discounts before you register for the exam. So check that website out, or just go to the CAS website, and that will give you more information. Also exam waivers. So congratulations to Unilag for getting the exemptions for IFOA. It so happens that those 6 exams are the exact same 6 exams that the CAS recognizes for the IFOA. So we do recognize exams from other bodies. So, never fear if you've already started taking your exams and now you're like, oh, Yvonne, this sounds great. I want to be a CAS actuary. So we've got waivers, which you can just go to the CAS website. You'll be able to apply. You don't have to have gotten approval from the other organizations before you apply. So once you meet this criteria, you can just come straight to the CAS and apply. So if you have a master's in statistics from Unilag and get all the exemptions from the IFOA, you get all of the same ones from the CAS. For SOA, there are fewer. So exam P and FM, I mentioned the same, but also exam IFM, we also give credit for. And just to talk a little bit about our continuing education. So the CES, as I've mentioned, we've got a huge library of information. And we also have what we refer to as our Big 5 conferences. So imagine a conference like this. The hours are 3 days, and there are 5 of them, and they're focused just on general insurance. So, you have access to so much information. We've got one specifically on pricing. We've got one specifically on reserving. We've got one specifically on reinsurance. And then we have 2 meetings, our fall meeting and our spring meeting, which include, it covers everything, and they also include days where we're recognizing our new fellows and associates. So, you have access to all of this. We've got tons of webinars, I think at least 24 a year. We also have international webinars. So for those of you that aren't members, the international webinars are free. We do about 4 or 5 of those a year. So we'll make sure that NAS has access to that information when we have those. I'm going to skip this one, not to take too much time, but we do have a capability model which you can go on the CAS website and take a look to see how your abilities match to what is expected at different levels. And I'll also just mention, especially for those who might want to take some sort of general insurance credential, because maybe you've been working somewhere else and you wanted to show that you know something in general insurance. So we do have a few other credentials. One is the CSPA, so the Certified Specialist in Predictive Analytics. So that's kind of like a data science credential, which you can take. You don't have to be a CAS qualified actuary to take any of these. And then we have a few others that have give you some sort of specialist credential in catastrophe modeling. So do check those out on the CAS Institute. Again, you can get to this on the CAS website. And we have tons of research, so if you're an affiliate, you'll have access to this. We do various research, lots of research papers being released throughout the year. And this year, we've had a call for a climate-related one that had to do with Africa and Asia, and they're working on that at the moment. And I'll just end talking about our various university programs, because we do believe that the pipeline is important to develop. So we have a few resources. So first, we've just launched, within the last few months, an international university recognition program. You can go on the website and take a look. It'll give you some more information, but basically if a university signs up, maybe some of their students for Student Central, some of their faculty for University Central, and they do a few other things like including a general insurance content in their curriculum, they get recognized and they'll get some extra perks from the CAS, and also get to engage with the CAS more. So do check that out, especially the university students here, and if there are any professors in the room, please do check that out. And just to talk specifically about what sort of resources we have for students, so we do have what we call our CAS Student Central, which is a website free to join as long as you have a university email address. And that gives you access to a ton of resources to help you in your career. And through that, we also have what we call the CAS Student Central Summer Program, which lasts for about 3 months, 2 to 3 months during the summer. We have a mentor-led program where you get a mentor during that time. You get access to things like predictive modeling software, their networking opportunities, their seminars, and that takes you through, a session through the summer to help you just improve on your actuarial skills. But we also have a offline version that now you can work independently. And actually, our Student Central program, we had 25 Unilag students sign up this summer, which is awesome. So please keep that up, and we hope to hear feedback from you guys on how that was useful or not, but I'm sure it's useful for your careers. But please do let us know. And we also have resources for professors. So there is actually an academic central as well, where professors can get access to coursework that they can incorporate into the curriculum. You get access to research, and I think you also get free or very discounted access to some of those seminars that I mentioned. So please do check that out. The CAS has loads and loads and loads of information. Like I said, I think unparalleled to, no other organization has as much general insurance information as we do. We are the specialists, so please do come and check us out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. Do we have any questions for Yvonne? Okay. Anyone with a question? Okay, so that's perfect. Yes, yes, they can find you afterwards. We'll actually be going on a 30 minutes coffee break. So if you want to ask Yvonne a question, you can ask her. The coffee break is sponsored by Lux, and it will be for 30 minutes, and it's a perfect opportunity for you to grab a cup of coffee and speak to somebody that you've not spoken to today or somebody that you do not know today. So thank you very much.
Continental Re is building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Our company has forged its reputation and success on the core values of commitment, responsiveness, sustainability, and trust. Indicated you wanted us to have a chat. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and operating environment, we have consistently managed to deliver profitability. But our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of attaining and maintaining profitability. At Continental Re, we pride ourselves on being there for our key stakeholders. Our customers, our employees, our shareholders, and the local communities that play host to our operations across the continent. When it matters and where it matters, we are an enduring pillar. We pride ourselves in meeting our obligations. In the wake of the massive Beirut explosion in 2020, we supported stricken clients by settling millions of dollars of related claims. Again, post the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our claims payouts helped scores of African businesses avoid financial ruin. With 6 regional offices and deeply entrenched distribution relationships, we have grown an extensive network that reaches virtually all African countries. Our proximity to customers gives us deep insights into their needs. Continental Re is constantly changing, constantly evolving, embracing change and innovations, focusing keenly on our purpose to bridge Africa's protection gap and building a sustainable business. All this while still anchored on the same core values and adhering to the best practices that have shaped and driven our business for over 3.5 decades. We are backers of sustainability initiatives such as Nairobi's Karura Urban Forest and the Nigeria Conservation Foundation. We support free and independent journalism across the whole of Africa by sponsoring the annual Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards. The world may be unpredictable, the operating environment may be challenging, but the team here at Continental Re remains focused on providing truly outstanding services and solutions and delivering sustainable value to our shareholders and other stakeholders. We invest in people and are committed to gender equality. We have built a winning team, and together we are building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm sure we enjoyed the coffee break. Thank you, Lux Actuaries, once again for taking care of us this morning. Why don't we find our seats and settle in as we prepare for the next guest speaker? We'll be graced by Katina Tahir Thompson. She'll be taking us on AI and the future of actuarial profession she brings about 25 years of diverse actuarial risk management, governance, and regulatory experience. Her prior experience includes a Big Four audit firm, the Bank of England, global insurance carriers and brokers. Her most recent executive role is with Willis Towers Watson, the largest global insurance consultancy, as a senior director, where she leads the risk regulation and governance proposition. Katina also has a non-executive experience, most recently for the FTSE-listed companies and a fintech firm. As a subject matter expert in the UK and European insurance regulation, she advises firms on resolving their regulatory issues and adding business value by helping boards in their decision-making. From roles as Chief Risk Officer, a member of the supervisory panel at the Bank of England, and a partner to C-suites and board of various firms, she brings practical experience to business solutions. Katina holds leadership positions in the actuarial profession in the UK and globally. She has served on the IFOA Council for 6 years and is a member of its Audit and Risk Committee. She also sits on the board of directors of the Actuarial Association of Europe. Katina is passionate about inclusion, social mobility, education, which she has channeled through her role as the chair of the IFOA Foundation for the past 3 years. She mobilized the charity to make a remarkable impact on the next generation of actuaries and the wider actuarial community. She became the IFA president-elect in September 2023. Welcome, Katina Tahir Thompson, as she comes to give us a talk on AI.
Thank you, everyone. I don't know how much more I can say about AI and us, really. There's loads of sessions over the last day or so about how we're going to incorporate AI. And I mentioned yesterday about how we should be brave and have a growth mindset. Yeah, I have half an hour to kind of go a bit more detail in terms of what we do. So, but look, bear with me. I mentioned yesterday about my vision and passion in terms of what we can do for the next generation of actuaries, and that means the skill set, the domains that we're going to get into the future, and how AI is incorporated in that. So let's talk a bit about that and where we think the path is going to be and how we can be relevant and resilient in the future and what we can do now for the next generation. And we have, quite a lot of the next generation of actuaries here. So I'm keen to hear from you what you need from us, the old folks, in terms of how we can support you to be a success. Right, so what are we good at? What are we good at now? We're typically kind of the unsung heroes of financial services. We're quite humble about the things that we do, but the things that we do are really, really important. So things in general insurance, for example, it's in reserving, We ensure safety and soundness for individual firms. In regulation, we ensure the safety and soundness for the financial market. So we have quite an important, a crucial role in ensuring the financial services thrive. So why are we not shouting about it a bit more? I mean, we heard that people are really valuing our skill sets, our experience, but we should say that a bit more in terms of what we can do, and what we can do is talk about not just the best estimate, but the uncertainty. We're good at talking about uncertainty, and that's, I think, is our USP. A lot of people can do, average calculation, best estimate stuff, what the scenario can be on average, but we are good at connecting the dots between different factors and coming up with different range of scenarios and making sense of it. And that's the key point, making sense of it. So we can talk not just about the downside, and I don't encourage us to just talk about the downside scenarios, but we can talk about the upside as well, right? So the opportunities that firms can have. And the reason why we're good at that is because we can have a clear sense of how things are connected in the world. So the world is complex, we have complex problems, and we manage to do that around that. So things like economic scenarios in different regions are connected to each other. So for example, when we talk about capital, we also know that different products or different risks are connected to each other. Like, property damage is linked to liability at the extreme scenarios. And for example, if a catastrophe happens in the extreme scenario and an economic downturn happens, then quite a lot of reinsurers default, and we can make that connection. And I think that's something that we should be happy about. Okay. Oh. So what about the future then? Okay, audience participation. Where do you think we'll be in, say, 5 years' time? What do you think you'll be doing? The same thing? Similar thing? Valuation? Life insurance valuation? Yeah? General insurance? Reserving, capital, pricing, yeah? Okay. What about in 10 years' time? What do you think will change in terms of how we will do things? We're talking about AI here. What do you think will change in the way we do things? Improve processes, thank you. It's fine. Improve processes, definitely. Who's going to clean the data? Data cleansing, data manipulation, probably AI in 10 years' time. Yeah? Cool. So 10 years' time, 20 years' time, I think there's going to be a lot of that. And I think we need to embrace that. And a lot of people over the last day or so have talked about not fearing AI and embracing it. And I mentioned that yesterday as well. And I think it's important for us to do that. The other thing I said yesterday was domain agnostic. And one of the things, the skill set that we have is making sure that, not even making sure, we can do quite a lot of the things that we are not doing now. So we can be involved in, say, food security, for example, right? What's, what the projection might look like in terms of food security at different regions. And we can do that. And that links also to the work that we're already starting to be impactful in climate. So I think there's a lot of domains that we are going to get involved in, and indeed, the path or the seed is already in train now. So the example that I gave was climate. There's a lot of work, and I met some of you who are working in climate risks, and there's a lot of work that's been going on in climate. Certainly the IFOA has been involved. I'm sure SOA and CAS has been involved in the climate discussion as well. And the thing that I like about that is it's not just looking at the downside. We're not just scaring people about how badly it can happen, but it's talking about, you know, the solutions, what we can do, and making sure that if we consider different mitigating actions, how we can stop or slow down the climate impact. So there's a lot of things that can happen around there. The other thing we can do is, I think Kaz mentioned, you know, non-traditional domains in terms of Uber, Airbnb, and I completely agree with that. There's a lot that we can do around using our mathematical models, statistical analysis, and understanding of uncertainty in these different domains. So I imagine there's going to be a lot more people in fintech, in technology companies, making sense of the data, not just doing data analytics, but making sense of it, adding value, and making sure that companies make the right decision. And it's important for me to kind of mention globalization here, right? Because a lot of the things that we do link with each other. And the topics that we have is very much usable everywhere. So the mathematical formula, the theories that we have, the Bayes theory, for example, dependency models and things like that can be used anywhere. We just need to understand how it works. And globalization, in that sense, the knowledge sharing sense, is important for us. And that's why this platform for us to share information, to share ideas, and to encourage each other is important. So I encourage, and the fact that we have technological advancement in terms of communication, where we can just Zoom one another to kind of work together at, you know, in different regions in the world, is a positive thing. You know, can set up working groups and things like that to come up with what we can do to support our actuaries everywhere else. And then I mentioned around globalization and the interdependency of the work that we do. To understand uncertainty, we need to understand how things relate in a global sense, how climate is, different climates are linked to each other, different economic markets are linked to each other, inflation and exchange rates and things like that. So it's very important that we are cognizant, not just cognizant, we embrace the understanding of global markets. So who knows what's that? What is? Miller, what is Walkman? I can see quite a lot of blank faces, which shows my age. So that's a Walkman. It's very popular. It's what you listen to music with. So I had a second-hand Walkman when I was I don't know, 10 or something. My parents couldn't afford it, but that's another story. But it was secondhand. I loved it because you can tune into the radio. I had a radio version as well, so that was quite posh. You can tune into the radio version. You can tune into the radio, and then you wait for the song that you want, and you record it, and then you record another song when it comes on, etc. And then you can put together a playlist, right? But I recently found out that in Spotify, AI can pull together your favorite playlist and create like the whole playlist for you. I'm seeing nodding. I'm quite late in this in this game, obviously, but it's amazing. And you know, I couldn't have done that like even a week ago because I didn't know about it. But that's where we are. AI can do a lot of things for us, right? So it's just embracing that technology and making sure that, you know, it helps us in our job rather than hinder us and be fearful of it. All right, so I'm not the only one saying this. So the World Economic Forum did a survey. So they do a survey every year around future of jobs. And at the end of last year, they refreshed their reports. And it's interesting, the list that they came up with. The main thing that they said is technological adoption is still the main key driver of future of jobs over the next 5 years. Technological adoption. So if we are not going to adopt things or we're fearful of it, it's not going. You know, it's a big risk for us, right? Risk in terms of our sustainability, our relevance in the market. But if I look at the skills that they say will thrive in the future, it's analytical thinking, right? Analytical thinking and innovation, active learning and learning strategies, complex problem solving, yeah? Critical thinking and analysis, creativity, originality, initiative, okay? So all that, I don't know about you, but I think that's us, right? We are analytical thinkers. We are innovators, right? We are very focused on lifelong learning. Right? We all, even after our exam has finished and we're fellows or you know, associate, we're still learning, and we have an open heart on that. We problem solve, yeah, and we are critical thinkers. So a lot of that are us. So we shouldn't be fearful of what's going to happen. In fact, you know, it's been validated by experts that we are going to thrive in the future. So we just need to have the right mindset to do that. But how are we going to do this? How are we going to support the next generation of actuaries to do this? We know that the changing, I mean, I'm not going to go into too much detail on this because the previous talked a lot about what we can do. Yesterday, there was a really good presentation by PwC on what we can be part of, but we are going to be part of AI, or AI are going to be part of us, but change are coming, right? Change is coming, and it's important that we see it as an opportunity. And we need to be bold and augment and use it to augment our skill set in terms of what we do. But how are we going to do this? I think it's important that we are not arrogant enough to know that we can do it all ourselves. And so I think partnership is key here. So we need to kind of understand when we talk about AI and we talk about the models that we use, we develop a basic definition of AI and its impact on actuaries. How will it impact the calculation in our models, for example? Continue to have training programs, and all the associations are focused on this. I don't know any associations who are not talking about AI as part of their training programs, and collaborating with each other is key here. And collaborating with other people as well, for example, data scientists, learning from them and vice versa. Integrating AI tools within actuarial practice. So I work for W2W, who focus a lot on software and models. And it's taking away, first of all, the low-hanging fruit. So making sure things that we find boring, like data manipulation and data cleansing, is taken away. And then we can incorporate that into the calculation, the fitting of models and stuff. And then we can do the fun stuff, like making sense of it, judgment, and what we can do to, what the numbers say and what it means, basically. But the key thing here is human judgment is critical. And we still need to be around to make sure that the numbers are interpreted in the right way. Oh. So I mentioned what we can do and how it's going to be incorporated in our roles, but everything starts with education, right? What we do, you're probably asking, where can I start? What do I have to do? How do I upskill myself to do this? And it all starts with education. And what we're doing here is around a few things. The IFOA is very supportive with the IAA and what it's doing, International Actuarial Association. And we are supporting each other in terms of developing and enhanced curricula and training models for AI, making sure AI education across the globe progress, even though recognizing the various maturity in different areas. Considering narrow AI and general AI, and what that means is narrow AI is looking at specific tasks that AI can support with. And general AI is basically replicating us as humans. So, making sure that we focus on the specific things around narrow AI in the first instance, and then we can kind of still have that conversation around general AI. Collecting case studies and best practice and learning from each other, and this is definitely a global thing. It's not going to be driven by different regions. There's no regions that are you're so much ahead that they are doing so much. This is a big opportunity for us to partner with each other and learn from each other. But we need to consider the pace of change. The pace of change is fast. Somebody this morning said that it's every day there's a new thing, so we just need to be cognizant of that. So as actuaries, we're a profession, and people trust us because we are professional, we have professionalism. Yesterday was a brilliant professionalism training that everybody's so engaged in. It's good to see. But we are bound by a code of ethics and code of conduct, and that's why people trust us. We behave in a certain way, in a credible way, in an ethical way. And it's important in the advent of AI that we maintain that. So what we're doing around AI, our professionalism in context of AI, is creating a repository of AI professionalism and ethical courses. So as much as possible, when we have professionalism training, let's incorporate AI into it and what we would do in different situations. Develop a glossary of AI terms and definition, and develop AI ethical risk classification taxonomy. So that's different levels of AI and how it impacts our work. And it's just making sure that we're talking the same language. And then I mentioned case studies as well, learning from each other. And linking to the point that I made before, it's important that we create a safe and responsible use of AI. And this is, again, something I'm going to plug the International Actuarial Association work, which we're supporting around making sure we know what the scope of AI regulation and involve ourselves in terms of the scope of regulation. Developing principles of AI adoption by actuaries. So making sure that in our professionalism code, we have something that is specific to AI, for example. Developing a governance framework. So the previous speaker mentioned the importance of governance. I completely agree with that. And we have a role there to play. Creating guidance notes and facilitating dialogue with relevant regulators. NAS in Nigeria, very, very close to your regulators. I think that's fantastic. And being able to influence that is critical. I mentioned about growth mindset yesterday, and I think it's really important because at the end of the day, it's up to you. It's up to the next generation. We can lay out all the things that you need, but if you don't have a growth mindset in terms of going into unknown domains or different areas, you know, it's just not going to work. An example, I would say, is in the UK General Insurance Actuary. There's a couple of general insurance actuaries who just decided that actually, you know, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, they can add value in general insurance. And that's not driven by the Institute of Actuaries or Faculty of Actuaries. It's actually just 2 or 3 people thinking they can make a difference. And that's what we need from all of you. And I hope you get inspired by that. And finally, imagine in 50 years' time, what do you think actuaries will be doing? Will we be the one that are called by the UN Secretary General, for example, to say, oh my God, we need an actuary to solve this critical, you know, problem? Do you think we'll be in that place? And I hope we are. And do you think Hollywood will say, let's make a movie about actuaries, and who will play us? So I think I'm being facetious, but let's make a difference. We are already making a lot of difference, but the impact that we have is just unlimited. So that's that. And I mentioned, so I have here an IFOA AI resources that I welcome if you would like to scan the QR code, which is essentially a resource that's available to the IFOA members. But for this conference, we are giving a 1-month free access to any of the AI resources on our training platform, which is called the Virtual Learning Environment. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Karsina. Wonderfully presented. Our next speaker is, well, we have 2 strong women who will be taking us into the next session. Yvonne Palm and Yesideh Kazim. None of them are in the room. Oh, okay, okay. The next replacement is going to be Zain Ibrahim, who will be taking us on ethical AI for actuaries, navigating the pillars of reasonable AI implementation. Zain Ibrahim is the Society of Actuaries Regional Director for MESA. In this role, he oversees, executes, and expands the SOA's global strategy within the region. With over 2 decades of experience, Zain's professional journey includes a recent tenure at EFU Life Assurance in Pakistan. There, he held the position of Senior Executive Director, COO, CUO, lots of positions there, where his responsibilities encompassed comprehensive management of the company's operations. This included oversight of underwriting, claims functions, technology, legal, and group actuarial areas. Beyond his corporate roles, Zain has been dedicated to the actuarial profession. Until recently, he served as the Vice Chairman for the Insurance Association of Pakistan. Additionally, Zain has played crucial roles at the Pakistan Society of Actuaries, serving as a council member, secretary, and contributing to the appointed Actuaries Committee. Zain is an associate of the SOA, the Pakistan Society of Actuaries, and the Canadian Institute of Actuaries. He also has an executive MBA from the University of Toronto's Rutman School of Management. Please give us a round of applause for Zain Ibrahim.
I sent it through email again. Can you just change it to 10.625? That's it, that's the only change. 10.625. To 5. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zain Ibrahim, and first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, NAS, for giving me an opportunity to present. This is my first time in Nigeria, and I absolutely loved it. I was talking to... I was talking to some people. I said the first thing that hit me in terms of, positive thing was the weather, because I was thinking that it would be very hot, being Africa, and I'm coming from Dubai, so it's 50 degrees there, so, it was very pleasant. And the energy and the enthusiasm that I've seen over the past 2-3 days has been fantastic. So thank you very much for that. So you might be wondering what this number is all about. I'll tell you what this is about. So my presentation is about AI, and we've been talking about AI since yesterday. We've talked about everything relating to AI. And my presentation was actually supposed to happen after lunch, right? And of course, my overall objective was to talk about AI, but there was another objective that I had to achieve, and which was to make sure that at least some people stay awake. And I tell you why. There are 3 reasons for that. A, after lunch sessions are generally called graveyard sessions. You all know that. B, this is the last day of the conference. So any session that happens over the last, session of the last day of the conference, people generally doze off. And 3, we're talking about AI. To be honest, it's not just, it's I wouldn't say boring, but it's not really the exciting thing to talk about. So being actuary, I said, okay, fine, let's look at some numbers. So when I walked into this room at the start, we had something like 85 people. I think there may be more now. So I said, okay, fine, so 85 people. I looked at some data, tried to get some data from the internet, and got to know that around 50% of people actually doze off after lunch. So applied that probability, then the rest of the 50% will doze off because it's the last day of the conference, everybody wants to go home. We applied that probability, and then another 50% because it's, the topic is AI. So applied all those probabilities, I would be very happy if I get 10.625 people awake after the presentation is over. So that is what that number was all about. Okay, yes. Yeah, you should use the AI, absolutely. Okay, some introductory slides about SOAs, compliance guidelines, antitrust. I won't go through all of them. I don't expect you to read them, of course. So the agenda is simple. We just have 5 points to talk about essentially. I would not get into detail about the technical stuff that's been talked about in the last many sessions. We've talked about how AI can help us on pricing and rate making and reserving and data cleaning and whatnot. My presentation is essentially on the pillars of responsible AI, some of which elements have been touched upon, and Katrina also talked about the responsible AI. I think that's something that we need to be very, very aware of and very, very careful of. As actuaries, we tend to move on to and focus too much on the technical side, but that's good. That's something that we have to be very good at. But as you grow and as you become a leader, an actuarial leader, it's not just about the technicality, it's also about the fact that you need to be aware of all those elements that will be affected by those technical, that technical work that you do. And that's where responsible AI comes in, and that's also where explainable AI comes in. Which we probably will touch shortly. So it's about that, and where there's a future live, we've talked about it. I'll just quickly go through as well, and we'll also touch upon the SOA code of conduct. I've taken a couple of code of conducts where AI could be applicable. Quickly, a purpose statement of SOA. The SOA empowers members to drive solutions to life's financial risk. I think many of you are aware of this. We engage, provide, and prepare our members in terms of content, in terms of skill set, in terms of toolkits. Also, a word about the SOA Research Institute. I think we had some discussion a couple of days ago as well. This is a research institute that SOA has been there for a long time, focused essentially on the research work, mainly on experience studies, driven by volunteer companies. In USA, we have a partnership with LIMRA. And all importantly, we also interact with many regulators around the world in terms of helping them do studies, carry out studies that will help the market. We are already engaged with a couple of regulators on the Middle East side and on the Far East side as well. So it's something that we do routinely. We also, publish a lot of research. I've just highlighted the innovation and technology one because that's already there. I would, encourage you to actually go on the SOA website and check out these reports, and you will find them very useful. Some of the work that we've done over the past few years, especially on the AI front, it is also available. Generative AI for wide arrays of general productivity and so on. I won't go through all of them. But scenario analysis is one that I would want to highlight. This is something that's very applicable to the work we do. And I think it's important for those who are especially interested in how AI can practically be implemented within the actuarial sphere, and that's something that's already being done, should read this report. Okay, coming back to the agenda, evolution of AI, vocabulary, I would say. It is something I won't go through again in detail. We've talked about this a number of times since yesterday and even today. Just make a point here that AI that we are seeing here is essentially built upon machine learning, which essentially uses statistical methods. I mean, the models that, and then something that you're already aware of. And what the world right now knows about is essentially the large language models. ChatGPT is an example, and it's nothing but an AI. It's a type of AI model that's trained on a large amount of text. So this is what our vocabulary essentially looks like at the moment. ChatGPT, Gemini, we all know that. We know about Copilot and so on. But this is where it becomes a little interesting. So AI is all good, AI is all bad. So on the left you have, people expressing opinion which says, oh, AI is posing, a risk of extinction. This technology will extinct us. And then on the right you have researchers saying, no, this is not really, this is progress. This is how we are going to grow. This is exponential growth, and so on. So a lot of people, when you talk to them, especially the consumers, and I'll talk about consumers later on as well, they're unsure of what to do. Should we be fearful of AI, or should we be excited about it? That's a question that everybody wants to know. I mean, what is it? I mean, is it really a risk of extinction, or is it something that we should be looking at as a growth tool? We talked about some of the work World Economic Forum has done. I'll just briefly mention this report by IMF, which actually talks about artificial intelligence and the future of work. Now that's important for us because again, we are also talking about how our work will evolve over the next few years as far as AI implementation is concerned. There are three things to actually take away from this report, and I've just summarized them here. The first thing is that a profound change the world economy will see that is akin to the Industrial Revolution. So what we saw in the Industrial Revolution, where within a matter of few years, the world changed. That is the kind of change that we are going to see, only that change is going to happen much more quickly with AI. So that's one. The other thing is that it's not that AI is going to impact only the developing nations. But the report clearly says that AI it poses risks to both the developing as well as the developed nation. So that's another takeaway. And the third one is that the gains in productivity, if strong, could result in higher growth. So there is potential, there is an upside, and that's the kind of upside that we have been talking about since last day, and also that we need to focus on. But the important thing is that it could result in not only higher growth but also higher incomes. Another very interesting book that I think we should all read is about this father and son, Professor Dio, Richard Susskind and Daniel Susskind, about the future of professions. Now it's very interesting because it talks about how the future of profession is going to change with the changing technology, and it starts about talking into the Industrial Revolution and the Internet Revolution, and we had these revolutions over the last 100 years. Internet revolution is fairly recent, and even during those revolutions we had a fear of job loss, and whether jobs will be lost, and people were worried, everybody was worried. But we saw that actually those revolutions transformed jobs. They did not, some of them actually did go away as well, but most of them were transformed. And then there were new jobs also created. So a totally new digital economy got created after these revolutions, especially the internet one. So there is an upside. The question is, how will the actual profession evolve? Now we did a study, and this is some years ago, that by 2030, AI will disrupt. Now, this is something for everyone to take away. By 2030, AI will do 35% of the task that will be then performed by the actuaries. So in another 6 years, 35% of what work we do will be disrupted by AI. And interestingly, over half of the tasks that will be provided by the new actuaries will be disrupted by AI. So that's another takeaway, that if we don't embrace it, we don't embrace the technology, it will invariably hit us. So, it's essentially about we don't have a choice. PwC did a survey some time ago, and again, taking the same point about what does AI mean in your organizations kind of questions. A lot of them said that yes, generative AI has been adopted in my country, in my company over the last 12 months. But if you look at the next 3 years, all of them feel that it will increase competitive intensity by a substantial percentage. It will require most of the workforce to develop these skill set. Again, a substantial percentage felt that the generative AI will significantly change the way company creates and delivers and captures value. So everybody, my point that I'm trying to make is that everybody now is understanding that this is not a technology that we can say, oh, fine, this is something that will come up. It is now that it is impacting. And secondly, we have to understand that there is, whether we agree or not, whether we embrace it or not, it is going to hit our lives. Coming back to that point of whether we should be fearful or excited. Now, it's interesting, if you look at 2021, the survey says that 37% of the people were more concerned than excited about AI. And if you look at 2023, that 37% has actually gone up to 52%. So people are concerned. They are concerned about a lot of things. They are concerned about privacy. They are concerned about fraudulent activity relating to data, and so on and so forth. So it's not that we don't understand this, but as an practicing actuary, we also need to understand the psyche of the consumer that we are serving. That, some of the risks with AI, we've talked about it. I won't go in a lot of detail. Hallucinations is something that we all talk about. Garbage in, garbage out. If you don't put in the right data, you will never get the right result. Data privacy and security is another issue. As I mentioned, this is on the top of every consumer's mind. We also need to be, cognizant of the fact that copyright issues are also especially in the academic part of the world, you have issues where you're not sure whether this particular content was generated by AI or not. And now there are tools that actually check whether the content was generated by AI or itself or not. So it's very interesting. Fraudulent use I mentioned, and that ethical, moral, and bias considerations is of course something that is very important, especially for our work. Now, what the governments are doing is, of course, what the governments generally do. They bring in regulations. They try to regulate, and in some cases, for the right reason as well. So, European Commission AI Act was enacted last year in June. It essentially addresses the risk created by the AI applications. We also had the US come in through an executive order on safe AI. This was again last year as well. New standards for AI safety and security, and New York Department of Financial Services Circular Letter 1 also addresses AI. So my point is that everybody understands there's an upside, but everybody also understands that there are, there are issues, there are concerns, and of course then the governments and the regulators are also coming in to try and address those concerns. Well, the actual profession as an active leader. We've talked about the actual profession. We had a presentation by PwC yesterday. Katina also talked about, so did David. What and we also looked at what the professional bodies are doing, and then we've had a discussion on International Actuary Association's work on AI. SOA is also involved with the United States National Institute of Standards and Technology. While the governments are doing something, the consumers are concerned, the professional bodies are also doing something about it. And I think the very fact that we are having today's conference on AI and discussing every aspect of AI itself tells us that we are all interested to know how this is affecting our profession, how our profession will evolve, and how we can best embrace the technology so as to ensure that we become the sort of AI-enhanced actuary of the future, which essentially would mean that we need to be proactive about getting knowledge, proactive about upskilling ourselves, proactive about knowing and understanding that this technology is here for, for good. And the earlier we embrace it, the earlier we adopt it, the earlier we understand it, the better it is for us as an individual, for us as a professional, or for us as a profession. Responsible is very important. I think we've talked about the technical aspect, as I mentioned, a lot, but I think it's important to understand that AI technology offers a lot of value, but it also has a lot of potential for downsides, which is why we need to be very responsible in how we use it. And we need to be aware of the rapidly changing technological tools that come with this technology. This is a snapshot of how perhaps it is going to be in future, where every work would say that this documented and responsibly and appropriately, the originality and integrity of the content of research will be mentioned, and references will have to be validated. So in future, if you're producing a work, it probably will have something like this at the end of the report. Now, coming to the pillars of responsible AI implementation, from my own personal experience, I've also had experience of implementing some of the AI tools, machine learning tools, as well as things like RPN and so on. And I tell you, it's very important to understand that the technology is nothing but an enabler. And unless and until you understand the business side of things and know that the business side of things can only use technology to become a better process or to have a better end result, otherwise technology is of no use. So it's very important to understand how technology could be implemented, considering that it has its limitations. Society of Actuaries actually has a report, and this was published in 2019, 5 years ago, about the ethical use of AI for actuaries. And it's a long report. I will not go into a lot of detail, but I'll just mention these 5 pillars that we as actuaries need to know. This is very important for us to understand. The auditability is one pillar. This is important of incorruptibility, predictability, transparency, and responsibility. These 5 pillars are essentially of ethical AI implementation is something that we should be aware of, we should keep in mind whenever we are using AI in our work. As I mentioned, the report also highlights some of the limitations AI has. We've talked about it as well. The most important one is that it's only as good as what it's trained on. You put in the right data, you get the right result. You put in the wrong data, you get the wrong result at the end of the day. You have to understand the context. A lot of times, that's where the human element comes into play. You have to understand the context of what you're trying to achieve and then use AI accordingly. Transparency of AI decision-making processes is something that it has, lots of limitations of, and of course, the discussion about generative AI versus advisory AI is also very interesting, and I think it's important to understand what advisory AI essentially is versus generative AI, especially in our work. One of the pillars, I'll just quickly touch on two of the pillars. The pillar about transparency is important, I think, which is why I've highlighted it in a bit detail. We need to be aware of making sure that the documentation we do behind our work, if you're using AI, is clear. It has to be documented, it's clear. You need to highlight the model operations and auditability of the new predictions. Then monitoring, you have to make sure that you have enough dashboards and tools in place to track actual versus predicted results and ensure implementation aligns with the planned outcome. So that's another. Plain language, this is where explainable AI comes into play. I don't know whether especially the young boys and girls there do understand what explainable AI is. When we had this discussion with University of Lagos students 2 days ago, there was one thing that we highlighted, and that is the ability to communicate. A lot of times as actuaries, we are focused too much on technicalities. And I mentioned there that there was a time when I thought that using actuarial jargon was very cool. And then I realized later, then there was a time when I realized that I will not use actuarial jargon to as much as possible. So explainable AI essentially is the same concept. It's not about the complex models, the complex data set and work that we do. At the end of the day, that work needs to be explained to someone who might not understand all of that complexity, and that's where the ability to communicate complex ideas into simple language is something that we should be very much focused on learning. A holistic approach is another transparency element, and of course, the last one is interconnected principle. On the second of the pillars, which is fairness, which takes us back to the point about consumers not being, very clear and unsure of fairness, of whether their data is going to be used rightly, and confidentiality issues, and so on. The Geneva Association, which is I think world's largest association of insurers, actually published this report, and these are the questions that they said we should be asking ourselves. And it's important to learn that the first question is, are customers treated fairly throughout the process? We had discussion about customers yesterday, a lot of discussions about policyholders. But at the end of the day, and then we also had a discussion whether we have a duty towards customers or a duty towards the shareholders. But that aside, at the end of the day, we do realize that customers are the ones that actually run or because of which the company exists. So it is important that we keep in mind that our customers treated fairly, are people treated unfairly or discriminated due to the deployment of the model, whatever model we are applying, is it not resulting in anyone getting discriminated? That's another important thing to remember. Are users sufficiently aware of the model limitations? Most of them would not be, because a lot of them would not understand. But as actuaries, we should be aware that this is something that might creep into the model. Is there a process to ensure fairness throughout the implementation? What is the process to make corrections about an issue, and so on and so forth? So the point is that it's not just about the technology, I'll repeat it, it's about how we use it, and when we're implementing it, we need to keep the fairness, the transparency, the responsibility element in mind. So where does the future lie? We've talked about it. PwC's presentation, Katrina talked about it, so did David. We've had a lot of discussion. Will there be an My Actuary 360 kind of tool available in future where whatever work I have done is already, keyed into it, and I just need to give it a direction that you have to calculate the actual present value, and it does that. Is this the kind of niche tool that the actual profession will develop over the next few years, where it's not just about the whole chat GPT thing, but it's about what work we do, what work I as an individual do, and how do I do it, and we have a tool for that. Or, AI models go bust as well. So will there be insurance for that? Can we as an actuaries come with an insurance policy, we price a risk, because it's a risk, right? So we use AI, if somebody uses AI model and uses it incorrectly, can there be insurance against that risk or not? The future lies, and then some of this is very relevant for some of the students sitting here. I feel they have to understand that the future lies in upskilling. For them, it's not just about passing exams. Actual exams is also understanding how technology works. It's also understanding and getting skills of how programming, coding works, and so on. So upscaling is an important element to keep in mind. We will evolve, we will not extinct. That's something that's very clear. I think the fears of extinction are exaggerated. It happened. Somebody talked about yesterday about the Y2K problem, where everybody thought that the world will collapse and so on. So these fears of extinctions have always been there. We have to understand that they're not new. With every new technology, there are concerns, there are issues, and that's pretty normal. But we will evolve. We will become strategic advisors. Again, it's not just about being understanding technical stuff. As actuaries, I think it's important, especially for the young ones, to understand that knowing the technical work, knowing the technical things is a good thing. Of course, that's the base, that's the core. But you have to become good business leaders. And in order to understand and become a good business leader, you have to understand the technology that's available and applicable in that particular era. So we have to be we have to focus on not becoming just technical leaders, but strategic advisors. Collaboration is important within the profession and outside as well. We have to be very, very careful in making sure that we do not, or rather we focus on remaining ethical. That's more important. And innovation we've talked about a lot. So the last point is about SOA, the Code of Conduct. This was adopted in 2000, more than 20 years. It's the same Code of Conduct for 5 US-based actual organizations. The 2 precepts that I'd like to highlight that actually have an impact on the work we do if we use AI. The first one is the precept 1, which is professional integrity. It says that actually shall act honestly and uphold the reputation of the profession, actual profession. So this I think is important. While we use AI in work, in whatever we do, we must ensure that the integrity of the profession is not dented in any way. Second one is the qualification standards. An actuary shall perform actual service only when qualified. So the tools that we use, I think it's important that we know what those tools are, what do they do, what do they entail. We should have a very good idea of that, so that we are qualified to use that tool in our work. With that, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Do we have any questions? Okay.
Everybody's looking for lunch.
Yeah, everybody's anticipating lunch. I mean, looking around the room, I can see fewer smiles from people. I think it's the anticipation of lunch, basically.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So definitely the time of lunch will be coming soon. So I want to see everyone smile and happy. Like Zainat said earlier that, after lunch, a lot of you want to doze off or maybe leave. But yes, the next session we are having is a very important one. So we don't want any one of you dozing off. We want you awake, wide, and shining. We have a session on the soft skills needed. And this session will be taken by Yeside Kazim and Yvonne Palm. Please give them a round of applause as they make their way to the stage.
Thank you. While they're just setting up, I'll just make a comment. So we're now the last session. We thought we were going to be the second last one. Now the last session. I'm going to take a much simpler approach than Zain. I'm going to aim for 12.5% of the people being awake. Right, 1A, simple. Or, since we are in between yourselves and lunch and we're going to hold you hostage if you don't participate, maybe I'll increase it to 25%. Very simple.
I think the responses will be clear. We'll wait till see. The quicker you respond, the quicker we get to lunch.
There you go.
I think that's going to be the moral of this session. Okay, so if we kick off. Okay. So I think why this? I think it's setting the scene. So over the last 2 years, there's been a lot of japa in Nigeria, and that's greatly affected the actuarial profession. And I've been having a number of conversations with a lot of CEOs complaining about the cost of actuaries, the difficulty of finding them, the fact that they have to pay a lot more. And there was a comment around the fact that you all, which is a good thing, are becoming more senior in their hierarchy very quickly. And they are trying to manage that with the other skills that come with being senior in your organizations. And I thought to myself, look, as actuaries, we've got to justify or at least be prepared to give more value commensurate to what we're paid. And I think some of that is not just in the technical skills that we give our organizations, but the other skills we bring to bear. How else are we helping them make money? How else are we managing the organization that is paying us? I think it's important that in our career, we think about the other things that make us better individuals, that allows us to do well. So this was to say, as you are plotting out your numbers, think about all the other things you need to do to make you a better person or to improve on yourself. Luckily, we are seeing actuaries becoming CEOs now. So by the time you become a CEO, it's not your modeling skills that is going to make you succeed. It's not your Excel skills, it's not your analytical skills, it's not your R. Those are important, but think about the other skills that are going to let you succeed as you rise in your career. So that was one of the things we wanted to concentrate on today. We are, oh no, wrong way? No, it's this one. As those of you who were here yesterday, we are menting again. So let's see this time. If you start it.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it myself. I'm like, oh, I got it.
How long since your first degree? Should we no, put it up. Let's see. I mean, don't hide. Yeah, show results. Let's see.
Okay, still in uni is now coming up.
Okay.
Trying to think, where do I fit?
Hey, no comments.
Too long, too long. I'm not going to tell you because then you'll be guessing my age.
Where were you at the at 2000 when the
Yeah, how did you submit your coursework?
Yes, that's important. How did you do your project?
Yeah.
Was it in the typing pool? And if you know what that is.
Did your professors worry about AI?
So how many people do we have? About
58?
Oh my God, any glasses? Okay. 5 to 10. A young crowd.
Yeah.
Fairly young crowd.
And then there are a few dinosaurs. I might be one of them. Yeah, but we appreciate everybody. All right, should we move on?
Let's move on. Okay. All right. So we wanted to think about what business skills do you think are important as an actuary? Okay. And here we kind of put together about 20 thoughts on this one. The reason we put them up is because, as you know, we're going to have a poll. So that will appear on this screen as well, but the poll, which of these do you think are important?
Yeah.
Can I suggest that you pick from here? So we're going to do it as a word cloud. Hide the results, please.
Yeah.
Pick from, I think it allows 3.
3? Yeah. It'll limit you to a certain number, but we tried to put these up so that the word cloud hopefully will be easier to monitor. But
it's still showing the first question.
Oh, Mentimeter.
Oh, Mentimeter.
We thought we got it covered. But I mean, let me just read through these for those that might be struggling to turn their necks. So we've got analytics, communication, statistics, interpersonal skills, leadership, management, integrity, teamwork, emotional intelligence, empathy, conflict resolution, stress management, sales. We were talking about that yesterday. Adaptivity, business acumen, creativity, cultural sensitivity, negotiation, time management, and ethical judgment. So have a think, see which 3 you might be choosing, and let's see if Mentimeter is going to cooperate with us.
The gremlins. If you go back to that slide.
Has it moved on? Those that are on Mentimeter?
Yeah, put it in presenter view.
Yes, no? Anyone? It's still showing the previous one? Sorry? Oh, you need the QR code.
No, put it on presenter view and see if he asks you to start again.
Well, this is, when you're trying to use technology, these are some of the glitches, right? Okay. Is it working now? Great. Awesome. And for those who can't access the QR code, you can go to menti.com and use code 21516478. That's 21516478.
Okay. Please use the words from our list. We're going to do it as a word cloud, and If you spell it according to this, we
Yeah.
get a better word cloud.
Good spelling would help.
You see, that's why you can see there's the blue one shows more than one person's kind of picked it. There are a couple that the bigger they are, the more people have selected them.
Yeah. So 7 people. Come on, guys.
It's between you and lunch.
You and lunch, yes.
Hey, I wonder what that blue is.
I don't know. Is that showing the real thing?
Yeah,
or-
yeah.
Okay. Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know that. Mm.
So it just hasn't put the words in, but it's showing the real thing.
We're almost at 30. We're at 30 now. Quick fingers, people. Quick fingers. I mean, we just want to know what you guys think. See if we're preaching to the choir or we have lots of work to do. Like yesterday when we were talking about customer versus company.
Oh, there's some people who are still company focused.
Yes.
The company degraded.
Okay, we're almost at 60.
Oh,
I think
really?
60 is the magic number. Quick fingers, quick fingers. All right,
Okay.
we're there. I think we can...
We can show. Oh. Uh-oh.
Don't fail us now.
Come on.
Mm.
Ah,
Oh, okay.
I think the blue that we worried about for so long was analytics.
Analytics.
See, some people are just in there. Some
We put that in there as a trick one, guys.
we said soft skills.
Soft skills. Right, so we know we are talking to a bunch of actuaries. Okay, communication at least, you know? I think those that failed the communication exam from IFOA probably, they all pick that one. Emotional intelligence, business acumen.
Business acumen is doing well as well. You see, statistics came up, and that was it.
Oh,
I know,
that
that's
was
right.
guys.
Guys,
Look
we
at
said
conflict resolution. You can barely see it.
No, guys. Do you want to focus on the? Do you mind enlarging?
Why were they? Well, we wanted to find out what people thought was important. We gave you lots of options. You get to choose, and you had 18 other answers on there. Well, you've proved our point. Stress management. Tiny. Look at that. Okay.
One person.
Adaptive, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
kind of.
All right.
Yvonne, we have a lot of work to do.
We have a lot of work to do. We're happy, okay, because this means that our talk is relevant. Anyway, all right, so I think we'll move on to the next slide if you want, you know.
Let's see if we can move on.
So what we did, since this is an AI conference, and we thought maybe we should weave that in there, we did ask ChatGPT what it thought were business skills that are important to actuaries. Communication skills up there, problem-solving skills, interpersonal skills, adaptivity and flexibility. We had that tiny little adaptive, right? Tiny. One person probably. Leadership and management skills, ethical judgment and integrity, business acumen, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, and cultural sensitivity. Those are the ones that ChatGPT came up with. And then we have decided, I don't know if we decided right or not, but we decided to focus on 5 main groupings. So we don't keep you here for too long, right? So this is what we're going to be talking to you about today. First is interpersonal skills, cultural sensitivity, adaptivity, flexibility, and resilience. So we kind of grouped a few of them together. Business acumen, leadership, and management. We also grouped all of that together. Ooh. I don't remember the rest. Oh, okay, emotional intelligence and communication. So those are the 5 that we're going to be focusing on. So let's go to the next slide. We'll start with interpersonal skills and cultural sensitivity. So I think you have a story that you want to tell about that one.
So this one was more about, and I think it'll probably apply to a lot of people in the room. How do you react? I think for me it was different. Let me start. So as everybody knows, I studied abroad, I came back. And you come into an organization and you find yourself being more senior to some of your former peers. And it's just about being sensitive to that, to see how do you handle that. How do you get into an office where somebody you used to joke and laugh with, and you have to give them orders, or you have to tell them things to do. You have to be able to think about how you handle that. Some of it is in how you talk. How do you relate with them? Because the dynamics has changed a little bit. You want to get your work done, but you also don't want somebody who feels like they have, well, me personally, I'm not a Sir Madam person anyway. But even with that, you kind of need to manage that. So I think it was kind of to say to me, I had to sit down and think how I wanted my relationship to be with all the people that I had come back to, and how I wanted to handle that, how I needed to be able to have almost two personalities sometimes. If we're talking about work, it's clear we're talking about work. If we're joking and we're doing everything, we can deal with that and getting that respect to happen at all times. Because even your friends, you want them to respect you, even though we joke and laugh. So I think that was one of the ones that I wanted to highlight as something that you are likely to face if you're growing very quickly in your careers.
Yeah, and I have a few of my own, which also deal, I guess, more with the cultural sensitivity, and also linking back to what Mr. Simi, I think his name was, speaking about earlier with serving customers well. So I have a few examples of my own. I also, moved here. Well, not moving back. I've moved here because I haven't lived in Nigeria before. I'm not Nigerian. But one of the things that happened, so I've actually had insurance with two companies here in Nigeria. And both of them referred to me as Mr. Yvonne Palm. Both of them. Right? So, in serving customers, like, you need to also just think about that, right? Think about the experience, think about how people might perceive you. But also, just again, from moving into my company tends to be a little bit more traditional. So I also had this, I'm not a Sir Madam person, how do I address people? And I figured out very quickly who wants to be called Mr. Something, and I will never, ever, ever, ever try and call them by their first name, and then who, is okay with me calling them by their first name. We actually call people by titles where I work. I'm not going to go into that. That might go over people's heads. But, try and just figure out how people are going to perceive whatever you're going to say, because the thing is, how you approach them might affect how they interpret what you say. And some of these people I have identified as, I'm always going to call them Mr. So-and-so or Mrs. So-and-so. I know that if I walked up to them and called them Adam, or, if that's their first name, they will immediately close up, right? So you need to just read the room, understand what's going on, and know how to interact with people so that they can receive you well. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. So the next one is adaptability, flexibility, and resilience. Okay, so I have my own little story about this adaptability, flexibility, and resilience. It was, I think maybe about a year or so after I got my FCAS, I actually joined another company. I'd been there for about maybe 4 to 6 months, and I was, doing reserving. That's what I was doing before I came here. And so I was third in the pecking order, right? There was the chief actuary, there was the person who was essentially sort of deputy chief actuary, head of reserving, and then there was me. And again, remember, I'd only been in the company like 4 to 6 months. So a lot of the work that had been done wasn't my own. So we had this quarterly, reserve committee where all the heads of underwriting would come and the reserves would be presented. So, the head of aviation, the head of marine, the head of agriculture, the head of financial lines, they're all there. And it so happened that this was the quarter that the results were going to be really poor. So, you know, the data had said for a while that things are going bad. And the underwriters had lots of excuses. Oh, we've done this, it's going to change, it's going to change. So, you know, the actuarial team was trying to be adaptable, flexible, trying to just, okay, we'll believe you. But it came to a point, it was like, nope, data says this. We are going to, you know, deteriorate the results. So it was bad news. There was bad news all around that quarter. The meeting comes. Chief actuary suddenly gets called away, cannot go to this meeting. So convenient. The head of reserving, suddenly, I can't even remember what happened to her. Can't make this meeting. Yvonne, you're gonna have to go. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I get into this room. There's 14 people there, heads of underwriting. I was the only female in that room. I was the only person who had any amount of color in their skin in that room. I was the only person who didn't have gray hair in that room. But I had to give this message. I had to give this message. Flexibility and resilience is where I'm going here now. Had to give this message. And maybe also a bit of adaptability. Results are bad. Of course, it affects their bonuses. They care a lot. You know? Oh, yes. Whew, my heart. Anyway, so, you know, I had to just stay on message, help them understand why, right? Help them understand why. Show them why. This is what's happened, this is what's happened, this is what's happened. There was a lot of stuff going on in that meeting, shouting, whatever. This is what happened, this is what happened, this is what happened. Okay. So I made it through that meeting, finally. I'm sure I was sweating everywhere, but I made it through that meeting. And, you know, actually, you know, I felt really bad going through that meeting, right? It was obviously a very intense situation. But, you know, stay stuck to the message. Adapted, tried to be resilient, tried to explain. And actually, on the other end, you know, I actually had some really positive feedback. So like one of the underwriters, I won't say which one in case you might try and figure out, but he was a French underwriter. And excuse my French, but he was a French underwriter, and so my French and my French accent, because I might try to imitate him. But he came, he was like, oh, you know, Evan, I really like you. And I was like, oh, okay, why? He was like, because you have balls. You know, so I actually, you know, despite the situation, actually turned out well. Chief actually eventually came back from whichever meeting he claimed that he had and got the feedback. He was like, oh, I heard you did really well. I was like, oh, okay, good. So, you know, try to just be able to understand, remain resilient. You have to be flexible. I mean, any point in time, go into the meeting, know your stuff, know what to do.
Okay, so my story. We all want to become Oga one day, sure. So I want to become the boss. I have to translate. And so I'm pushing to become the boss. And I get offered a role in Cameroon. Cameroon is a neighbor. You know, when you look online, they say it's English and French. That English is very small. But I was kind of like, look, I'm looking for P&L experience. I want to become the boss. You know, I've kind of done it. So I accept the role. COVID hits. So I'm doing the role in Cameroon from the UK. I've probably met the team about 3 or 4 times, been to Cameroon, sat down there, but I'm now in charge of a business. And I have to deliver numbers. So first of all, for me, what I realized very quickly was when we do Teams meeting, I turn on my camera. So I can read the emotions. I had to start speaking slowly because even the guys in Nigeria say I speak too fast. So imagine people who are translating in their minds when I'm talking to them. I had to go very slow every single time. I had to start having one-on-ones with people to meet all my team, and at that point in time, I had three different roles across a number of business, 3 senior roles. So I probably had about 14 people reporting to me in total. And not every one of them is English speaking. And even if the rule in Cameroon is you must understand me, but I don't have to speak to you in the language you know. So everybody understands a little bit of English, but does not necessarily, because you are allowed to speak English to somebody. They can reply you in French. And you can have, literally you can have proper conversations like that. So me, that my French was nowhere to start. I'm still on Duolingo, have a very good streak going on, but don't even go there. So having to manage that business was stressful for me. Having to adapt to people who culturally are different, but also you're not there. So when Mila says, when I ask, how are you, I really mean it, because I realized that I needed to build relationships. So I needed to be adaptable to, one, not being on ground, building relationships. I built a relationship so much in one instance, I won't mention who it is, that when I started advising her because of what she said to me, she said, who is telling you all these things? Who is telling you? In my mind, I'm laughing. I'm like, you told me. Because she is describing how she is relating with other people, and I'm taking it in, and the next meeting I'm like, you might want to do something different. But she's the one who told me. Nobody else told me. But she's telling me how she's relating to other people, and I'm telling her you might want to change 1 or 2 or 3 things. And she's like, who is reporting me? I'm like, nobody. You know, I didn't tell her nobody so that she didn't clamp up on what she was telling me. But that is kind of like, you have to listen to more than what is being said. I remember going for meetings, they're speaking French. I will have one person who will translate to me, and half my time there is reading their expressions and trying to see if I'm missing something. And then going back again to ask another question later on, and trying to develop relationships with people you kind of trust, but not, you know, you have to find a way to make it work. So, you know, even if you are put in a scenario where it's not what you expected, you have to be resilient and adaptable to that change. Is that story.
Okay, great. So we'll move on to our next one, which is business acumen, leadership, and management skills. So hopefully people agree this is one of the things you need to be a business actuary.
I hope so.
But I think we have a Menti poll.
No, we have a Menti poll, but before we go on to a Menti poll, I wanted to spend a bit of time just looking at this and looking at all the various things that are on this. So pointing out from the business plan to you seeing the big picture, to understanding your revenue and expenses, what are your assets, what are your liabilities, do you understand your products and services, what is a business opportunity, what does that really mean? In your role, it's important that you understand all of this to the extent that it's in front of you. Okay? So our Menti poll, let's see, hopefully this...
Okay.
Is that the first one?
Yeah, that's the first one. So the question is, who do you think needs to know the most about the business? We've given you 3 types of actuaries.
And hide it, please. That's
you can hide this one. Reserving actuary, pricing actuary, or capital actuary. Who do you think needs to know
the most about the business?
About the business. You have to pick one.
Pick one.
Yeah.
Who needs to know the most?
Spend time chatting to underwriters, understanding the business.
Your pricing. Your reserving.
Pricing, reserving.
Your capital. Who needs to know the most?
Okay, it's being shown now, so I mean we're seeing it, but it's fine. Oh, okay, hide. Continue, people. Choose. Quick fingers. That's all you'll be thinking about when you go to sleep. Quick fingers. She just kept saying quick fingers. We're at 40, 45, so we'll just give you a few more seconds.
You're not taking part. Get out your phone.
Dummy, you're just looking at us. Folded hands.
Hey.
Oh, what? You have to choose one.
Okay, I think we need to have a discussion before we reveal the answer to see whether or not.
Oh, okay, yes. Okay, yeah, let's see who else. Who else?
Thank God there was none of the above this time. All of the above. No.
Oh, no, it's not a trick question. It's not a trick question.
It's not a trick question.
Okay, sorry. Let's, okay, we're patting your backs now. Don't worry, you can trust us. You can trust us. It's not a trick question.
Should we ask for comments in the room before we reveal?
Sure. Any comments from the room?
Okay, Donnie, they want you to enlighten them as to why you think it's a trick question.
I mean, not it's a trick question. It depends with where the company is, you know, because for a new company, probably you want your pricing actuary to really know a lot because you really need to grow the business. For a company that's running low on capital, so it depends on the stage of the company, where the company is, and in certain instances, that role is played by one person. You know, in most companies, it's one person who's managing capital, pricing, and reserving. So yeah, it's a question without
you don't have an answer.
Without a specific, because depends where the company is. Because if a company has just been launched, you can do anything you want about capital, but you go out of business anyway, even if you manage capital very well. So you need your pricing actuary to be really on top of things. If you are a big company, but short on capital at that point, you need your capital actuary to be on top of what, you know, the pricing guys are doing and any changes that the reserving guys are doing. If it's a company that's stable, probably the most important person is the capital actuary, because for you to continue to exist. And then if you think about life and short term, becomes a very different ballgame. You are hit by a flood and you're out of business. So it's really a very complex question without an answer in my view. Thank you.
Okay, or maybe you just don't want to commit to an answer. Anyone else agree or wants to just add a comment?
The guys are quiet. So.
Yeah, maybe he was just the only one that didn't want to commit. How many do we have? 63. No, there are others. There are others.
Anybody wants to talk? No, I think everybody's just waiting patiently for the answer.
Yeah, the answer. Okay, we can reveal the answers before we move on. Interesting. So, can't see what it says, but I saw reserving actually at the bottom. I think it at 11. Oh, here we go. It seems like the majority of people think the pricing actually needs to know more about the business. Interesting that more people think the capital actually needs to know more about the business. Yeah, I know. Like, I think I'd just be like, go sit in the corner, capital actuary. Anyway, so you know, obviously, we have a story to tell about this. So is there another Mentimeter before? No, this is it. So I actually thought, yeah, this is it. I actually thought, like most people, especially early in my career, that it is the pricing actuary that has to know most about the business. And so, I mean, I did start off in consulting, which is mostly reserving, so it was a natural move. But when I moved into insurance, I was like, I don't really want to interact with underwriters. You know, so I think I'll do reserving. I'll stick with reserving so I can be back office. I think I've told people here before that I don't like talking to people. You know, so I was like, yeah, I don't need to talk to people. But guess what? No. Pricing actuaries usually might have to, I mean, here it's a bit of a different story, but you know, when they're like larger pricing teams, maybe even just the line of business that they work on, right? Like, and when they make a mistake, it's not very obvious. It's not very obvious. It's one policy, especially if it's commercial lines. One policy, it just goes underneath. Nobody knows what happened. Reserving actuary, those results go all the way to the board. It's the largest number on your balance sheet. I remember when I was working reserving, I'd get emails when they're about to release the results. You're not allowed to buy any stocks. You're not allowed to buy any stocks. You're not allowed to sell any stocks. Because, you know, guess what? I impact the company's results significantly, right? I impact people's bonuses. They cared. The underwriters cared a lot about those numbers. And I had to know every single underwriter. Like, you know, my pricing colleagues knew this underwriter. They knew this one. This one knows that one. I had to know every one of them. Every single one of them. And not only did I have to know the underwriters, I had to know the claims people too. Every one of them. You know, so I had to spend the time learning about the business. So it isn't just, I know people see pricing as more forward facing, you know, more customer facing. Maybe you need to know about the business more. But there's a lot to be said for reserving, and I actually think reserving actuaries need to know more. So you have to know the history, you have to know where people are going, you have to know, you know, there's so many things. So you have to spend a lot of time. You spend a lot of time trying to understand the business so that you can apply that actuarial judgment to get figures that are reasonable, not just in between, like yesterday. High, low, we're going to take average. That's what a lot of people try to do. So you have to spend a lot of time trying to understand the business. So for me, this is where it is. But I'm not going to you know, refute the fact that you have to know the business regardless. But just to say on the topic that we're doing, which is business acumen, leadership, and management skills, you need them. Does not matter whether you're reserving, pricing, or capital actuary, you need them. You need to know how to interact with these people. You need to know, learn about the business.
Okay, we have one moment here on this topic, so let's skip forward to that. Okay, which of these documents should the actuary read? And hide, please. So we've got the policy document, the terms and conditions, the marketing material, the product specification. Which of these should the actuary read?
And you can choose multiple.
You can choose one, you can choose two, you can choose anything. It's up to you.
Mr. Non-commitment is shaking his head. Oh no. No, you can choose more than one.
Which of these should you read? Is it restricted?
It's restricted to one. Oh, really? Sorry.
Oh no. I can correct that. Sorry.
Well, it depends. You want to wait for it to correct it and have longer time to lunch, or you just want to choose one?
Yes.
But you might focus on that.
I've kept it to one. Just pick one. So that we pick one. Pick one.
We have the mic. Yes, Mr. Non-commitment. No, but you know, it is actually very common for people to just read T's and C's. It is.
The question is, which one should I actually read?
Are you sure? You know, because T's and C's can tell you a lot about what's going on in business, and if they change, it might tell you a lot about why your loss ratios might be going up or down.
They'll go and read T&C. And then, you know, if you continue to decline it, their lawyer will read the T&Cs.
Yeah. So he had said if you submit a claim and they decline it, that's when people go and read their T's and C's, which is true. But we're talking about as actuaries. Which documents should we read? We've got 41 responses.
Because I think we're just going to basically have to have a conversation about this anyway.
Cool. Let's see what the results say.
Oh, I knew that was going to happen. I wanted to see. So, basically, in the room, if you had multiple choices, how many people will pick marketing as a choice? Marketing material. Yeah, if you had multiple choices, how many people would pick marketing? We do need to read marketing material, because that is what the customer understands you have priced. It doesn't matter what you've priced. If the marketing material says something different to what you've priced, then that's what you sold to some extent. So it's super important to read that. I think overall we were just highlighting the fact with this question that as an actuary, even, the product specs is what you'd expect to read, but you do need to read all the other documents, because all the other documents need to be consistent with the product spec. Otherwise, you're not sure what you're selling. It's inconsistent with what you're pricing. It's inconsistent with what you're reserving. If there's any inconsistency across all the multiple documents, I think that's the moral of this question.
Yep. Read, understand the business. You need to understand the business.
Yeah.
Even if you're sitting at the back of the office, you need to understand the business. Okay, next. So we're moving on to our next one, which is emotional intelligence. So this representation of a person has all sorts of things going on right here. But when we're referring to emotional intelligence, it refers to a lot of things. But included in there, self-awareness, self-management, how you control yourself in different situations, self-motivation, to be able to get things done, to continue doing things in hard situations, things like that. Handling relationships, we've mentioned this already. And empathy, that's a important one in this discussion. So what I'm going to focus on, at least when we're talking about emotional intelligence, we don't have a mentee on this too. No, we don't. No, we don't. So I wanted to focus on peer reviewing. So as actuaries, we get our work peer reviewed. We should get our work peer reviewed if we don't. And this should be something that just comes naturally, like it happens. And actually, because our estimations or our results have a lot of this going on, right? Have a lot of this going on. But with an actuarial judgment, looking at the data, you need to have your results peer reviewed, okay? You want to have your results peer reviewed because it will only just make them better. Again, I remember my reserving days. I used to have this chief actuary that did my peer reviews. She never missed anything. I'd be like, oh, I've done everything on it. She'd be like, did you consider that in Article 28 of what, they have changed this to, I'm like, oh, okay. But she was right. She was right. And the thing is, like, we shouldn't take it like somebody is trying to attack you or somebody is just trying to judge what you're doing. We should welcome it. It will help us refine our numbers. It will help us make our numbers more robust. It will also help us explain things better to other people. So sometimes it takes you explaining something to one person, realizing how they took it, and then refining the way you're explaining it. So by the time it gets to the consumers or the people that really care, or that impacts them a lot, you'll be able to explain it even better because you know that you've gone through this thorough process and it's more robust. So I wanted to just encourage us to be able to use emotional intelligence in our work, especially in terms of peer reviewing, and encourage us to make sure we're getting our figures peer reviewed.
Yeah. In the interest of time, I was going to talk about agents very quickly and just talk about emotional intelligence in dealing with others. Because sometimes when we're doing our pricing and work, we think about agents as numbers. And we just go, oh, that's the commission you're paid. That's it. But if you sit back and think about it, that is their salary. So when they are fighting and arguing tooth and nail for the commissions, they're arguing and fighting tooth and nail for their salaries. So think beyond the numbers is the one thing I want to just say quickly. And if we look at the two quotes so that we move.
Yep.
People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. I think that's super important for us to think about in how we interact with ourselves and with other people. And the next one is by Maya, who says, I've learned that people will forget what you said, they will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Mm-hmm. So sit back and think about that in your interaction with people. It's about how they feel and do they leave you with a smile, even if you're delivering.
Yeah.
You can deliver bad words and people are okay with you.
Yeah, empathy is really important. I actually had, sorry, I know I'm taking time, but I actually had a boss who you could walk into his room, his office, all happy, want to get asking him for something, and the answer would be no, but you'd leave really happy. I don't know how he did that, but he had perfected this way of letting you know he understood you, but he can't do it. So we're just encouraging you to be able to develop those skills. And you'll be happy to know this is our last item, communication. So here we have somebody that's thinking about a shark, and they're trying to communicate it to someone else's brain. Clearly, they work in different ways. And we've ended up with this spaceship, something that has a hat on it. So communication's important, right? I mean, I don't think we need to, I think this was one that people actually did get.
Yes.
Yeah? So I don't think we need to focus on this too much, other than saying it's really important when you're communicating, be clear, try and get to the level that the person who's consuming this information is, make sure they understand. Do not use too much jargon, which is going to take us to our Mentimeter.
So we're going to have, let's put this on the next slide as well, on that. We're going to have a Mentimeter.
It's the last one.
The last one.
Very quick fingers, so you can get to lunch.
Numbers this time, not 1, 2, numerals, not O-N-E. Number 1. So the question is, so the communication example is still there, and the question is, how many jargon words are you able to identify in this phrase? And we want you to answer numeral 1, not O-N-E.
1.
Numeral 2, not T-W-O, in your response.
Yeah, so I'll read it out for people who can't see. We employed stochastic modeling to assess our portfolio's financial stability, evaluating value at risk, bar. Our analysis refined predictive models using updated morbidity tables and triangles for accurate reserving. Okay, now I can see that it is actually the real thing. Although somebody's written something?
Hopefully not, we'll see.
Yeah, how much jargon is in there? VAR. Giving you a clue.
It doesn't seem like we have a clear, well, we have 3 possible ones if the size.
To be fair, it actually is debatable how many items, but we'll see what comes out. We will see what comes out. And actually, we'll let you know that we used ChatGPT to come up with this. By the way, tying back to AI, we're very proud of ourselves. We're trying to come up with this phrase, and it took us a few tries, but it gave us something. And we edited, which is important. Human, AI, human. See? You've learned more than just business skills.
Okay.
We've got 40, 44.
37. I think it's 1 per person.
Oh, okay, yeah, it is 1 per person.
Yeah, 49.50.
No, well, the responses are higher than...
Yeah, it's still going on. Is it higher? I can't see.
They've caught up to each other now.
Yeah. Okay, so...
I think we can show.
Right. Hello? Can we show, please? Thank you.
Ooh. Oh, smart person. Ivy.
Ivy. We were very clear. Instructions were clear.
I was like, there's a longer look at that. Instructions were clear. They were clear, right? I even illustrated when she said 1, 2. Look at that.
We failed on communication.
Stochastic. Stochastic. Okay.
Please, whoever wrote stochastic, explain to me how we should have communicated differently. The communication is 2 ways. What did we do wrong? What did we not explain?
Well, here you go. Point proven, right?
So I think we've got 9, 7 as 4.
14. I'm interested. Oh, 20. That person's just kidding with us.
That's
joking.
Just guessing.
Huh?
How many words?
I think even 20 words on there. The people, 14, I mean, I think we estimated it to be about 10-ish, right?
Yeah, I think we can show it on the next slide, what we thought were the jargons.
But again, we're very aware that this is, it's debatable. We've highlighted the ones that are quite obvious, and I think we've highlighted 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah?
Yeah.
But, or something like that. But yeah, there are a few others that, maybe. But I don't know who came up with 15, 20. Even the 14 one seemed a bit high. 11, I'd be interested in, you put accurate as jargon or something.
Maybe financial stability was jargon.
Yeah, well, that one.
That could be.
Evaluating, maybe they used evaluate, I don't know. Yeah, it is debatable what's jargon and what isn't. But, point proven.
Complicated.
And I think we're just going to end with showing you a statement. The chicken is ready to eat. So does this mean the cooked chicken is ready to be eaten? Or the live chicken is prepared to eat something? We also use ChatGPT to come up with this, by the way. Who is in camp 1? Mr. Non-committal, I know you're not going to put your hands up. Who is in camp 1? Okay, we've got, it seems to be the front row-ish. Oh, they're few in the back. Who think the cooked chicken is ready to be eaten? Yeah? Few in front over there. Okay, and who
is in camp 2?
Who thinks a live chicken is prepared to eat something? Oh, wow, okay. More people think it's the second one, which really, I mean, it's really interesting. Well, but the fact of the matter is the sentence is intentionally ambiguous, right? There is no right answer. But it just illustrates that it's open to interpretation. Choose your words wisely. See how people are interpreting it. Make sure they understand. Say it in a different way if you need to. The point proven with the 2 sentences below. Gauge the room, interact, use all these skills, be emotionally intelligent. Don't respond to them like, you mean you didn't understand what I mean? There are 2 ways to interpret that. So that's where we'll leave it. We'll just see if anyone has any questions.
Any questions for us? Oh, okay, we've got some questions.
Good morning, all. It's not a question, it's just a comment. I think they mentioned that a lot of actuaries are becoming CEOs now. And one of the main qualities that an actuary in a CEO position should have, in my opinion, is that of sales. I think we've seen in this environment in Nigeria whereby there are some consulting actuary positions, CEO positions that actually are done by accountants. I think the typical quality of an actuary is to be introverted and maybe someone that's shy and recoils away from work. I think that's what I observed. And I think that we have to change that. We have to be out there, even if it's not in our nature, we have to learn it. And we have to, if need be, go on sales courses to be able to finalize the deal or catch the deal, because it is very important, the way the world is going, for us to have that ability and skill. So I just thought I would just say that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's really important. A lot of these skills, I don't know if we can bring back up that slide where we gave the 20, and it's not finite. Sales was on there. They actually can be taught, a lot of them. They can be taught. So, yeah, very, very good point.
Super good. I think it's yeah. Any other comments, questions? Okay.
Tummies are rumbling.
Yes. Shaib, did we see you? No, not really. Okay.
All right.
Okay. We thank you very much, everybody. QR codes are there. Should we tell everybody to go to lunch?
No, please scan it and give us feedback.
Hold on. Let's hand it back to the hosts.
Before they burst out of the door, they could just do the QR code feedback session for this section of the presentation. And afterwards, we can all charge out to have our lunch. Thank you all for staying here with us. 30 to 2:30. Okay.
All right, we'll expect everyone back here by 2:30, so it's about an hour for lunch, and we'll be starting off promptly. Thank you all as you enjoy your lunch.
Continental Re is building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Our company has forged its reputation and success on the core values of commitment, responsiveness, sustainability, and trust. Indicated you wanted us to have a chat. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and operating environment, we have consistently managed to deliver profitability. But our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of attaining and maintaining profitability. At Continental Re, we pride ourselves on being there for our key stakeholders, our customers, our employees, our shareholders, and the local communities that play host to our operations across the continent. When it matters and where it matters, we are an enduring pillar. We pride ourselves in meeting our obligations. In the wake of the massive Beirut explosion in 2020, we supported stricken clients by settling millions of dollars of related claims. Again, post the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our claims payouts helped scores of African businesses avoid financial ruin. With 6 regional offices and deeply entrenched distribution relationships, we have grown an extensive network that reaches virtually all African countries. Our proximity to customers gives us deep insights into their needs. Continental Re is constantly changing, constantly evolving, embracing change and innovations, focusing keenly on our purpose to bridge Africa's protection gap and building a sustainable business. All this while still anchored on the same core values and adhering to the best practices that have shaped and driven our business for over 3.5 decades. We are backers of sustainability initiatives such as Nairobi's Karura Urban Forest and the Nigeria Conservation Foundation. We support free and independent journalism across the whole of Africa by sponsoring the annual Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards. The world may be unpredictable, the operating environment may be challenging, but the team here at Continental Re remains focused on providing truly outstanding services and solutions and delivering sustainable value to our shareholders and other stakeholders. We invest in people and are committed to gender equality. We have built a winning team, and together we are building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Continental Re is building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Our company has forged its reputation and success on the core values of commitment, responsiveness, sustainability, and trust. Indicated you wanted us to have a chat. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and operating environment, we have consistently managed to deliver profitability. But our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of attaining and maintaining profitability. At Continental Re, we pride ourselves on being there for our key stakeholders, our customers, our employees, our shareholders, and the local communities that play host to our operations across the continent. When it matters and where it matters, we are an enduring pillar. We pride ourselves in meeting our obligations. In the wake of the massive Beirut explosion in 2020, we supported stricken clients by settling millions of dollars of related claims. Again, post the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our claims payouts helped scores of African businesses avoid financial ruin. With 6 regional offices and deeply entrenched distribution relationships, we have grown an extensive network that reaches virtually all African countries. Our proximity to customers gives us deep insights into their needs. Continental Re is constantly changing, constantly evolving, embracing change and innovations, focusing keenly on our purpose to bridge Africa's protection gap and building a sustainable business. All this while still anchored on the same core values and adhering to the best practices that have shaped and driven our business for over 3.5 decades. We are backers of sustainability initiatives such as Nairobi's Karura Urban Forest and the Nigeria Conservation Foundation. We support free and independent journalism across the whole of Africa by sponsoring the annual Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards. The world may be unpredictable, the operating environment may be challenging, but the team here at Continental Re remains focused on providing truly outstanding services and solutions and delivering sustainable value to our shareholders and other stakeholders. We invest in people and are committed to gender equality. We have built a winning team, and together we are building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Continental Re is building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Our company has forged its reputation and success on the core values of commitment, responsiveness, sustainability, and trust. Indicated you wanted us to have a chat. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and operating environment, we have consistently managed to deliver profitability. But our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of attaining and maintaining profitability. At Continental Re, we pride ourselves on being there for our key stakeholders, our customers, our employees, our shareholders, and the local communities that play host to our operations across the continent. When it matters and where it matters, we are an enduring pillar. We pride ourselves in meeting our obligations. In the wake of the massive Beirut explosion in 2020, we supported stricken clients by settling millions of dollars of related claims. Again, post the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our claims payouts helped scores of African businesses avoid financial ruin. With 6 regional offices and deeply entrenched distribution relationships, we have grown an extensive network that reaches virtually all African countries. Our proximity to customers gives us deep insights into their needs. Continental Re is constantly changing, constantly evolving, embracing change and innovations, focusing keenly on our purpose to bridge Africa's protection gap and building a sustainable business. All this while still anchored on the same core values and adhering to the best practices that have shaped and driven our business for over 3.5 decades. We are backers of sustainability initiatives such as Nairobi's Karura Urban Forest and the Nigeria Conservation Foundation. We support free and independent journalism across the whole of Africa by sponsoring the annual Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards. The world may be unpredictable, the operating environment may be challenging, but the team here at Continental Re remains focused on providing truly outstanding services and solutions and delivering sustainable value to our shareholders and other stakeholders. We invest in people and are committed to gender equality. We have built a winning team, and together we are building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Continental Re is building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Our company has forged its reputation and success on the core values of commitment, responsiveness, sustainability, and trust. Indicated you wanted us to have a chat. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and operating environment, we have consistently managed to deliver profitability. But our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of attaining and maintaining profitability. At Continental Re, we pride ourselves on being there for our key stakeholders, our customers, our employees, our shareholders, and the local communities that play host to our operations across the continent. When it matters and where it matters, we are an enduring pillar. We pride ourselves in meeting our obligations. In the wake of the massive Beirut explosion in 2020, we supported stricken clients by settling millions of dollars of related claims. Again, post the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our claims payouts helped scores of African businesses avoid financial ruin. With 6 regional offices and deeply entrenched distribution relationships, we have grown an extensive network that reaches virtually all African countries. Our proximity to customers gives us deep insights into their needs. Continental Re is constantly changing, constantly evolving, embracing change and innovations, focusing keenly on our purpose to bridge Africa's protection gap and building a sustainable business. All this while still anchored on the same core values and adhering to the best practices that have shaped and driven our business for over 3.5 decades. We are backers of sustainability initiatives such as Nairobi's Karura Urban Forest and the Nigeria Conservation Foundation. We support free and independent journalism across the whole of Africa by sponsoring the annual Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards. The world may be unpredictable, the operating environment may be challenging, but the team here at Continental Re remains focused on providing truly outstanding services and solutions and delivering sustainable value to our shareholders and other stakeholders. We invest in people and are committed to gender equality. We have built a winning team, and together we are building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Continental Re is building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Our company has forged its reputation and success on the core values of commitment, responsiveness, sustainability, and trust. Indicated you wanted us to have a chat. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and operating environment, we have consistently managed to deliver profitability. But our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of attaining and maintaining profitability. At Continental Re, we pride ourselves on being there for our key stakeholders, our customers, our employees, our shareholders, and the local communities that play host to our operations across the continent. When it matters and where it matters, we are an enduring pillar. We pride ourselves in meeting our obligations. In the wake of the massive Beirut explosion in 2020, we supported stricken clients by settling millions of dollars of related claims. Again, post the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our claims payouts helped scores of African businesses avoid financial ruin. With 6 regional offices and deeply entrenched distribution relationships, we have grown an extensive network that reaches virtually all African countries. Our proximity to customers gives us deep insights into their needs. Continental Re is constantly changing, constantly evolving, embracing change and innovations, focusing keenly on our purpose to bridge Africa's protection gap and building a sustainable business. All this while still anchored on the same core values and adhering to the best practices that have shaped and driven our business for over 3.5 decades. We are backers of sustainability initiatives such as Nairobi's Karura Urban Forest and the Nigeria Conservation Foundation. We support free and independent journalism across the whole of Africa by sponsoring the annual Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards. The world may be unpredictable, the operating environment may be challenging, but the team here at Continental Re remains focused on providing truly outstanding services and solutions and delivering sustainable value to our shareholders and other stakeholders. We invest in people and are committed to gender equality. We have built a winning team, and together we are building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Continental Re is building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Our company has forged its reputation and success on the core values of commitment, responsiveness, sustainability, and trust. Indicated you wanted us to have a chat. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and operating environment, we have consistently managed to deliver profitability. But our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of attaining and maintaining profitability. At Continental Re, we pride ourselves on being there for our key stakeholders, our customers, our employees, our shareholders, and the local communities that play host to our operations across the continent. When it matters and where it matters, we are an enduring pillar. We pride ourselves in meeting our obligations. In the wake of the massive Beirut explosion in 2020, we supported stricken clients by settling millions of dollars of related claims. Again, post the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our claims payouts helped scores of African businesses avoid financial ruin. With 6 regional offices and deeply entrenched distribution relationships, we have grown an extensive network that reaches virtually all African countries. Our proximity to customers gives us deep insights into their needs. Continental Re is constantly changing, constantly evolving, embracing change and innovations, focusing keenly on our purpose to bridge Africa's protection gap and building a sustainable business. All this while still anchored on the same core values and adhering to the best practices that have shaped and driven our business for over 3.5 decades. We are backers of sustainability initiatives such as Nairobi's Karura Urban Forest and the Nigeria Conservation Foundation. We support free and independent journalism across the whole of Africa by sponsoring the annual Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards. The world may be unpredictable, the operating environment may be challenging, but the team here at Continental Re remains focused on providing truly outstanding services and solutions and delivering sustainable value to our shareholders and other stakeholders. We invest in people and are committed to gender equality. We have built a winning team, and together we are building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Continental Re is building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Our company has forged its reputation and success on the core values of commitment, responsiveness, sustainability, and trust. Indicated you wanted us to have a chat. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and operating environment, we have consistently managed to deliver profitability. But our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of attaining and maintaining profitability. At Continental Re, we pride ourselves on being there for our key stakeholders, our customers, our employees, our shareholders, and the local communities that play host to our operations across the continent. When it matters and where it matters, we are an enduring pillar. We pride ourselves in meeting our obligations. In the wake of the massive Beirut explosion in 2020, we supported stricken clients by settling millions of dollars of related claims. Again, post the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our claims payouts helped scores of African businesses avoid financial ruin. With 6 regional offices and deeply entrenched distribution relationships, we have grown an extensive network that reaches virtually all African countries. Our proximity to customers gives us deep insights into their needs. Continental Re is constantly changing, constantly evolving, embracing change and innovations, focusing keenly on our purpose to bridge Africa's protection gap and building a sustainable business. All this while still anchored on the same core values and adhering to the best practices that have shaped and driven our business for over 3.5 decades. We are backers of sustainability initiatives such as Nairobi's Karura Urban Forest and the Nigeria Conservation Foundation. We support free and independent journalism across the whole of Africa by sponsoring the annual Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards. The world may be unpredictable, the operating environment may be challenging, but the team here at Continental Re remains focused on providing truly outstanding services and solutions and delivering sustainable value to our shareholders and other stakeholders. We invest in people and are committed to gender equality. We have built a winning team, and together we are building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Continental Re is building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Our company has forged its reputation and success on the core values of commitment, responsiveness, sustainability, and trust. Indicated you wanted us to have a chat. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and operating environment, we have consistently managed to deliver profitability. But our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of attaining and maintaining profitability. At Continental Re, we pride ourselves on being there for our key stakeholders, our customers, our employees, our shareholders, and the local communities that play host to our operations across the continent. When it matters and where it matters, we are an enduring pillar. We pride ourselves in meeting our obligations. In the wake of the massive Beirut explosion in 2020, we supported stricken clients by settling millions of dollars of related claims. Again, post the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our claims payouts helped scores of African businesses avoid financial ruin. With 6 regional offices and deeply entrenched distribution relationships, we have grown an extensive network that reaches virtually all African countries. Our proximity to customers gives us deep insights into their needs. Continental Re is constantly changing, constantly evolving, embracing change and innovations, focusing keenly on our purpose to bridge Africa's protection gap and building a sustainable business. All this while still anchored on the same core values and adhering to the best practices that have shaped and driven our business for over 3.5 decades. We are backers of sustainability initiatives such as Nairobi's Karura Urban Forest and the Nigeria Conservation Foundation. We support free and independent journalism across the whole of Africa by sponsoring the annual Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards. The world may be unpredictable, the operating environment may be challenging, but the team here at Continental Re remains focused on providing truly outstanding services and solutions and delivering sustainable value to our shareholders and other stakeholders. We invest in people and are committed to gender equality. We have built a winning team, and together we are building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Continental Re is building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Our company has forged its reputation and success on the core values of commitment, responsiveness, sustainability, and trust. Indicated you wanted us to have a chat. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and operating environment, we have consistently managed to deliver profitability. But our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of attaining and maintaining profitability. At Continental Re, we pride ourselves on being there for our key stakeholders, our customers, our employees, our shareholders, and the local communities that play host to our operations across the continent. When it matters and where it matters, we are an enduring pillar. We pride ourselves in meeting our obligations. In the wake of the massive Beirut explosion in 2020, we supported stricken clients by settling millions of dollars of related claims. Again, post the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our claims payouts helped scores of African businesses avoid financial ruin. With 6 regional offices and deeply entrenched distribution relationships, we have grown an extensive network that reaches virtually all African countries. Our proximity to customers gives us deep insights into their needs. Continental Re is constantly changing, constantly evolving, embracing change and innovations, focusing keenly on our purpose to bridge Africa's protection gap and building a sustainable business. All this while still anchored on the same core values and adhering to the best practices that have shaped and driven our business for over 3.5 decades. We are backers of sustainability initiatives such as Nairobi's Karura Urban Forest and the Nigeria Conservation Foundation. We support free and independent journalism across the whole of Africa by sponsoring the annual Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards. The world may be unpredictable, the operating environment may be challenging, but the team here at Continental Re remains focused on providing truly outstanding services and solutions and delivering sustainable value to our shareholders and other stakeholders. We invest in people and are committed to gender equality. We have built a winning team, and together we are building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Continental Re is building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Our company has forged its reputation and success on the core values of commitment, responsiveness, sustainability, and trust. Indicated you wanted us to have a chat. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and operating environment, we have consistently managed to deliver profitability. But our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of attaining and maintaining profitability. At Continental Re, we pride ourselves on being there for our key stakeholders, our customers, our employees, our shareholders, and the local communities that play host to our operations across the continent. When it matters and where it matters, we are an enduring pillar. We pride ourselves in meeting our obligations. In the wake of the massive Beirut explosion in 2020, we supported stricken clients by settling millions of dollars of related claims. Again, post the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our claims payouts helped scores of African businesses avoid financial ruin. With 6 regional offices and deeply entrenched distribution relationships, we have grown an extensive network that reaches virtually all African countries. Our proximity to customers gives us deep insights into their needs. Continental Re is constantly changing, constantly evolving, embracing change and innovations, focusing keenly on our purpose to bridge Africa's protection gap and building a sustainable business. All this while still anchored on the same core values and adhering to the best practices that have shaped and driven our business for over 3.5 decades. We are backers of sustainability initiatives such as Nairobi's Karura Urban Forest and the Nigeria Conservation Foundation. We support free and independent journalism across the whole of Africa by sponsoring the annual Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards. The world may be unpredictable, the operating environment may be challenging, but the team here at Continental Re remains focused on providing truly outstanding services and solutions and delivering sustainable value to our shareholders and other stakeholders. We invest in people and are committed to gender equality. We have built a winning team, and together we are building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Continental Re is building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Our company has forged its reputation and success on the core values of commitment, responsiveness, sustainability, and trust. Indicated you wanted us to have a chat. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and operating environment, we have consistently managed to deliver profitability. But our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of attaining and maintaining profitability. At Continental Re, we pride ourselves on being there for our key stakeholders, our customers, our employees, our shareholders, and the local communities that play host to our operations across the continent. When it matters and where it matters, we are an enduring pillar. We pride ourselves in meeting our obligations. In the wake of the massive Beirut explosion in 2020, we supported stricken clients by settling millions of dollars of related claims. Again, post the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our claims payouts helped scores of African businesses avoid financial ruin. With 6 regional offices and deeply entrenched distribution relationships, we have grown an extensive network that reaches virtually all African countries. Our proximity to customers gives us deep insights into their needs. Continental Re is constantly changing, constantly evolving, embracing change and innovations, focusing keenly on our purpose to bridge Africa's protection gap and building a sustainable business. All this while still anchored on the same core values and adhering to the best practices that have shaped and driven our business for over 3.5 decades. We are backers of sustainability initiatives such as Nairobi's Karura Urban Forest and the Nigeria Conservation Foundation. We support free and independent journalism across the whole of Africa by sponsoring the annual Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards. The world may be unpredictable, the operating environment may be challenging, but the team here at Continental Re remains focused on providing truly outstanding services and solutions and delivering sustainable value to our shareholders and other stakeholders. We invest in people and are committed to gender equality. We have built a winning team, and together we are building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Continental Re is building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Our company has forged its reputation and success on the core values of commitment, responsiveness, sustainability, and trust. Indicated you wanted us to have a chat. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and operating environment, we have consistently managed to deliver profitability. But our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of
Thinking inside the box is very limiting. Outside the box, now that's where the real gold is. Truth is, you're doing so well for always making moves, but now you need a partner like Leadway to take the high grounds with you. A partner experienced enough to help you build, knowledgeable enough to expand your assets, and competent enough to ensure your well-being and secure your future. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services. Visit one.leadway.com to get started. Thinking inside the box is very limiting. Outside the box, now that's where the real gold is. Truth is, you're doing so well for always making moves, but now you need a partner like Leadway to take the high grounds with you. A partner experienced enough to help you build, knowledgeable enough to expand your assets, and competent enough to ensure your well-being and secure your future. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services. Visit one.leadway.com to get started. Thinking inside the box is very limiting. Outside the box, now that's where the real gold is. Truth is, you're doing so well for always making moves, but now you need a partner like Leadway to take the high grounds with you. A partner experienced enough to help you build, knowledgeable enough to expand your assets, and competent enough to ensure your well-being. And secure your future. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services. Visit one.leadway.com to get started. Thinking inside the box is very limiting. Outside the box, now that's where the real gold is. Truth is, you're doing so well for always making moves, but now you need a partner like Leadway to take the high grounds with you. A partner experienced enough to help you build, knowledgeable enough to expand your assets, and competent enough to ensure your well-being and secure your future. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services. Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
Continental Re is building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa. Our company has forged its reputation and success on the core values of commitment, responsiveness, sustainability, and trust. Indicated you wanted us to have a chat. Despite Africa's volatility and challenging macroeconomic and operating environment, we have consistently managed to deliver profitability. But our value proposition goes above and beyond the sole objective of attaining and maintaining profitability. At Continental Re, we pride ourselves on being there for our key stakeholders, our customers, our employees, our shareholders, and the local communities that play host to our operations across the continent. When it matters and where it matters, we are an enduring pillar. We pride ourselves in meeting our obligations. In the wake of the massive Beirut explosion in 2020, we supported stricken clients by settling millions of dollars of related claims. Again, post the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our claims payouts helped scores of African businesses avoid financial ruin. With 6 regional offices and deeply entrenched distribution relationships, we have grown an extensive network that reaches virtually all African countries. Our proximity to customers gives us deep insights into their needs. Continental Re is constantly changing, constantly evolving, embracing change and innovations, focusing keenly on our purpose to bridge Africa's protection gap and building a sustainable business. All this while still anchored on the same core values and adhering to the best practices that have shaped and driven our business for over 3.5 decades. We are backers of sustainability initiatives such as Nairobi's Karura Urban Forest and the Nigeria Conservation Foundation. We support free and independent journalism across the whole of Africa by sponsoring the annual Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards. The world may be unpredictable, the operating environment may be challenging, but the team here at Continental Re remains focused on providing truly outstanding services and solutions and delivering sustainable value to our shareholders and other stakeholders. We invest in people and are committed to gender equality. We have built a winning team, and together we are building the most valuable reinsurance brand in Africa.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from the most anticipated break that we've been having since a day. Yes, so I hope you're all awake and shining bright for the next address that we will be taking. Please, I appreciate if everyone can take their seats as soon as they're getting in. Thank you. I do hope you enjoyed our lunch. I could see a lot of people did not come into the hall at 2:30 on the doors. I'm sure you guys were enjoying your lunch. Yes. Okay, so we're having a full house already. So we'll take our next address by the past president of the Society of Actuaries in the person of John Robinson. Please, a round of applause for him while he takes the stage. Thank you, sir.
You going to manage the slides for me, or I have to do it? Okay, so what, tell me what, eh? Which is forward, this one? Yeah. Hmm? This down here? Yeah, the arrow. It's not working. Try again. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank the Nigeria Actuarial Society for inviting me to this event. I had to fly to Atlanta to get my visa, but it was well worth it. It's been both a pleasure and a privilege to meet Nigerian actuaries, students, and other stakeholders, understand your passion for the profession, your needs and opportunities, and the challenges that you face in this part of the world. Today I'm going to sort of introduce you to the SOA. This is the first time that we've been in Nigeria, and so we'll talk a little bit about who we are and what we're trying to accomplish within the profession. The SOA is the largest actuarial association in the world, in terms of designated members, and I mean associates and fellows. We have members in over 90 countries, and we offer our exams in 80 countries. With respect to Africa, as I mentioned, this is our first visit to Nigeria, but we've also visited Ghana, Kenya, and Morocco in the recent past. The fact that I'm here reflects our commitment to this market. I'm very much looking forward to the Candidate Connect event tomorrow. I guess some of you will be there, especially since I missed the UNILAG meeting on Tuesday. The SOA has recently added a new office in Dubai, and you earlier met Mr. Zen Ibrahim, who is a regional director in charge of that office. He'll be overseeing the work in Africa, the Middle East, and South Asia. I'm going to talk a little bit about the SOA in respect of the board of directors. As president, one of my primary jobs was to chair the board. And the role of the board is to set the strategic direction for the organization. And we do this by a series of what are called strategic plans. Each strategic plan will last about 3 years. So we're currently working on the next strategic plan, which will run from 2025 to 2027. So we're going to talk a little bit, I'll share with you a little bit about the current plan, which is sort of expiring in a few months, And it focuses on who we are and what it is that we want to become. Our strategic plan starts with what's called a purpose statement. You've probably heard about vision and mission statements. So we use a single statement called a purpose statement, and it reads, we empower members to drive solutions to life financial risks. And then beneath that, there are four Right. Beneath that, there are four areas that we focus on. The first one is what we call skill-focused education, where we train young folks to be able to do the things that actuaries need to do. Secondly, we are seeking to expand our international growth in our membership, and that's part of the reason that we're here. Thirdly, we want to make sure that the Society of Actuaries, given that it is so far-flung in terms of where members are, is a place of community, notwithstanding the distance. So regardless of where you are, you still feel a part of the SOA. And finally, we try to spotlight our societal purpose. One of the things that I think we've always felt is like we're doing valuable work, but we don't always talk enough about how good we are for society, just as a societal purpose. So I find that the youngest generation is very interested in that. It's not necessarily all about the salary. What good am I bringing to the world? So as part of the development of the new plan, we're discussing the objectives that will drive the next 3 years as a global educator of actuaries and as a leader among actuarial organizations in actuarial research. So I'll talk a little bit more about what's happening in research later. As a part of this, we're exploring the entry of AI into the world of work for actuaries. And there are lots of questions these days, and the answers to these questions are still evolving and still experimentation going on. In particular, the SOA has a staff of about 170. It's a very competent, pretty large and robust staff. And so one of the questions that they answer is, how is AI going to be used within the staff? So there's AI within the staff, but then what about the members and their use of AI? I recently heard, and I think Zen put that term up there, the AI-enhanced actuary. And it's a reflection of the fact, I think, that in the future, probably not for me who is retired now, but actuaries will need to have AI as a part of their toolkit. So we'll see how that works out. The actuarial profession globally is pretty small, and one of the reasons, I'm sure there are several, but one of them is just a lack of awareness of what our profession is. And so in order to increase awareness of the profession, we launched what we call an affiliate membership program in 2021. Now, membership is open to anyone with an interest in the actuarial profession. And so that includes students at high schools, secondary schools, or tertiary in college. It includes their teachers, if they're interested at all, and it includes even their parents, if they're interested at all. So membership is free. You can sign up online at any time, and you get access to digital information that talks about what it takes to become an actuary. We now have 18,000 affiliate members worldwide, and I'm told there are about 80 here in Nigeria. So if you're not one of those 80, I encourage you to join and share that with your friends. Okay. About 3 years ago, the SOA introduced micro-credentials into the ASA pathway, so that first level of membership. Each of these credentials is just something to reward you for certain exams that you took along the way. They are by no means a substitute for ASA, but we have issued several hundred of these micro-credentials. So if you're ever interested, if and when you get to that phase and you want a micro-credential, you may need to apply for it. So you can visit SOA.org to find out more about those micro-credentials. Also in 2021, we made some changes to the ASA pathway that strengthened the offerings that we have for data analytics and data science. That, of course, as you all know, is becoming a big, big deal. Next thing I'll touch on is the fellowship pathway, so from associateship to fellowship. And just last month, we announced some major changes to the FSA pathway. The new enhancements have basically two objectives. One is to improve the candidate experience, to make studying more effective and things of that nature. We also offer the exams a little more frequently where we can. And increase flexibility, which in my mind increases our global relevance. And what I mean by that is we have, under the current system, the SOA offers 6 specialty tracks, and a candidate has to choose one and do all the exams in that one. Now, I think those of you with any experience here will agree that doing one track is not going to set you up for success in a situation like in this country. Usually, actuaries are asked to be knowledgeable in more than one area. So the SOA has after some time, decided that we're going to increase the flexibility. And so I'll show you in a minute what that looks like. Thank you. Whenever we make these decisions, we do all kinds of market research to make sure that we understand what the feelings of students and professionals are out there. And so that feedback was critical in helping us to make the changes, or leading us to the changes that we did make. So let's see what this looks like. Okay, thank you. All right. So So the change is, the current system, as I mentioned, forces you to do one track, and then we're going to move away from that. Okay. So with the new system, you're going to have 4, we refer to them as courses rather than just exams, because it's a whole experience, studying, study support, and so on. There'll be 4 courses, and then it's followed by once you finish those 4 courses, there'll be a module that's called Decision Making and Communications. We try to work on some of those soft skills that Yvonne and you see they were talking about. And then finally, the Fellowship Admissions course, and that's a 2-day course, and it's kind of a celebration. It's a course on professional ethics over 2 days, and at the last day, at the end of the last day, each of the new FSA candidates literally receives their FSA certification diploma. So it's quite something. So here I'm presenting to Ama Kisiwa. She lives in the US, but she's from Ghana. So she got her FSA in 2022. Okay. So here's an example of what you might want to do if you are working on fellowship. Not sure how many of you are there yet. But if your work called for you to have knowledge of both life and general insurance, then you might take 2 of the exams in life insurance, and you might take 1 in general insurance, and then you might take something which is rather general, model development and governance, which is not really specific to any particular practice area. So that's an example of what the new flexibility will bring to you. Next, I'll mention our certificate programs. These tend to be for actuaries who have already obtained their designation, and they need some more specialized study in something that perhaps they didn't take during their exams. So the first one is the International Financial Reporting for Insurers. Some of you may be aware that there is a new global standard for accounting, which is called IFRS 17, and that is very, very actuarially complex. It's an accounting standard, but it's very complex. At least for life insurance, it definitely is. And so we have a certificate that helps people like me who didn't have that when I was in the exams to learn how to do that. Climate risk is the most recent one. There are several modules talking about different aspects of climate risk in different aspects of insurance. And I think that's one where you don't have to do all of them. You can choose which ones which modules you're most interested in. Ethical and responsible use of data and predictive models. You know, there's one of the things that comes with all the talk of the new technology is issues of equity and fairness and making sure that people are being treated fairly. There's a lot of privacy issues that go on. So this module is meant to help us address those sorts of concerns. And then predictive analytics. Yeah, predictive analytics was made available, again, for people like me who didn't have predictive analytics when I was coming up. But predictive analytics is now a current part of the ASA pathway. In any profession, and in this one, and as a part of your professional life, I want to encourage you to volunteer for something. You may volunteer for NAS, you may volunteer, wherever you are, you should try and volunteer. You can volunteer for the SOA. There may be opportunities for you, but even if you find that inconvenient, I just want to encourage people to make sure that volunteering and growing your network is a part of your professional life. So touching a little bit on on the research side, we actually have a separate entity. We now call it the SOA Research Institute. That is an entity set up to handle research. We always had research, but we didn't really have it quite so formal. And so the primary goals of the SOA Research Institute are to deliver trusted and innovative risk research. And we connect with partners within and outside the actuarial profession and the insurance industry. And this is where the societal purpose work is being conducted. And for the time being, a lot of it is just explaining or repurposing work that we already do and explaining why it meets a societal purpose. But we have also done a series of research projects on DEI topics, diversity topics. That is a hot topic in many parts of the world. Diversity is a challenge with all people have challenges, but the challenges may be different in one country from another. So in addition, and of course, we've always had sort of the traditional actuarial research that produces mortality tables and lapse tables and other forms of decrement. We do that as well. So that concludes my prepared remarks. And so I'm ready to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions for Mr. John?
Thank you very much, John. I assume that there are no more questions, so we'll just take it up from here. Yeah, right, thank you. So right now we're proceeding to the awards and recognition section of this program, and we would like to call on Teju Scott to usher us into this section.
A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, Zain, I can assure you no one is going to be sleeping now. You did tell us earlier that 50% will be sleeping after lunch. This is the awards. We will not be sleeping, paying attention. Good afternoon again, everyone. So, we will be presenting the awards now. I was expecting a list earlier, but I will proceed anyway. Should I go ahead? Well, I'll go to the next slide so you can see me. Yes. So we do have a few awards. Volunteers, university exam scholars, exam qualifiers, young actuary under 30, most inspiring actuarial personality, and the best actuarial employer. Apart from these, we also have a list. We want to appreciate some of our guests. We're going to appreciate all of our guests, but in particular, I would like to say a big thank you to our speakers, and I'm going to call on the president to help me present the gifts to the speakers. The president, Miller, I call him Miller, Kingsley Miller. So could you join me up here, Kingsley, please? So Feni Oshinobi, please. Feni. Venu, do you want to represent Femi Oshinobi?
Anybody knows Femi? Okay, no.
Okay. No, Femi isn't here? Okay. No? So Femi isn't here. We're going to go to the next person. That's David Cummings. Please come up here. Tega Williams, please. Tega Williams. I don't see Tega coming up, but then I'll go to Kudus Adebayo. Kudus, I saw him earlier today. Tega isn't here. John Robinson. I don't see John in the room. John, oh, I'm sorry. John. Thank you. Simi Akinsomi. Gani will represent Simi. Katina Tahir. Yvonne Palm. Yesterday, Kazim. And Zain Ibrahim. And we have a Best Speaker Award to David Cummings. So the surveys, we did select. So we had surveys done, that's how we got our best speaker. And the people who did the surveys, we selected the top 3. Ifedamola Oyewole. I think I did 1 or 2, so I'm not supposed to be here anyway. Aisha Kuku. Aisha is here, okay, she's on her way. And Oyinlade Kemisola. Okay, thank you. So it's either, I'm going to call you up in the next 1 minute anyway. Can we go back to the slides, please? Thank you. Volunteers, we had people spend some of their work time, some of their 9 to 5 working for the NAS, so we would like to say thank you to them. Kingsley, this is why I said you're going to be coming back up to say thank you to your volunteers. And Stephanie Arowoka. So we're going to just let you, ask that you please stand up for recognition. And at the end, Kingsley will say thank you. He's in the US. Stephanie isn't here. Matthew Adebi, Cedric Maxwell, Kudus Adebayo. They can just stand up for recognition and for the picture, so we can take a picture. Please come forward. Yes, please. Olawale Oduwole, Ernest Aziagba, Tunji Olaiwola, Teju Scott, Deborah Adesono, Yesterday Oredugba, Francisco Saliu, Nkwenti Bellinger, Yvonne Palm, Carlson Tata. Please come forward so we can all take a picture. Carlson Tata, Suliat Abiodun, Peter Olasibekon, Ayodipupo Ayola. Yes. Can I fit in somewhere here? Thank you, everyone. Kingsley, thank you very much. I missed that person, I'm sorry. Bernard, Kingsley, I think, oh yes. So can we have, I thought that Odipo was the last, so can we have Kingsley back, please? I will take pictures again. Bernard Okotoyin Charles, are they here? Barineka Thompson, and that's it. Can we have, oh no, please. Any one of them here? Bernard, please come. Barineka? No, Barineka isn't here, okay. Thank you. So the next categories are university exam scholars. So we have some people who start writing exams when they're in school. This is really good. By the time they start working, they have a few exams. That means if they have other people starting work at the same time as them, but they have more exams there, they get paid more. It also gets them a head start on the exam, so they get to qualify faster. It's really, I think it's a great thing that we have students now with the cost of exams and all starting to pass exams whilst they're in school, so would like to acknowledge them. Yvonne Palm is going to help me here, please. So, university scholars, Peter Olasibekon, Unilag, 300 level, exam P. Thank you. Ashade Helen Tolulope, Unilag, 300 level.
You have SOA here. Yvonne, you have SOA here. SOA here. You have SOA here. Sorry. You have SOA here, so I think we need to swap it for SOA delegates. Sorry. Sorry to cut you. SOA is here.
Okay, so just a minute, please. So, John, could you please help us present these? Because for these people with their SOA candidates, we would like them to receive the gifts from the SOA president. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Ashade Helen Tolulope, she here? She just got hers. And Peter. All right, Peter Saiki, Peter Olasibekon. Thank you. Peter Saiki. Okay. That is it for now. Thank you, John. I'll call you if I need you again. Thank you. So, yesterday, I think we're going to have to do the same thing here for, because we did not think of it that way. But now we have exam qualifiers since the last session, last NAS conference. And Tohib Ahmed, CS1. Is Tohib here with us? John? Oh, Katrina, please. So this is where we're trying to separate the SOA and the IFOA, and that's where we're trying to get right this time. Thank you very much, Tohib. Thank you, Katrina. So Ayodeji Olawale, CP3, SP7, and SA3. Is Ayodeji here? No, Ayodeji isn't here. No one to do on his behalf? Nobody? No? Oh, he's not here? Okay. Onisemo Yusuf Ayinde, CP2, CP3. Jagboro Brume, CS1.
Can we do all the qualifiers with Katrina so they have one photo with not everybody? Okay.
Udoye Obianuju. Ajadi Abdul Kabir, and so this is for John, right? FM is SOA. So John, would you please help us present this gift to Ajadi Abdul Kabir? FAM. Oh, good. John just told me, sorry, Ajadi Abdul Kabir just said it's FAM and not FM. Congratulations. And FAM. So there's an FAM exam. Thank you. Let me see. Laura Osaho, exam FM. John, this is for you as well. Laura, is Laura here? Laura isn't here? No? Okay, Laura isn't here. And I made sure I got it all, or got them all. Now, can we have all the exam qualifiers, the SOA qualifiers, can we have them take a picture with John, and then we'll do the same for the IFOA qualifiers. So John just presented a gift. Could you come up here for a picture with him, please? Thank you. Thank you. And Katrina, please. The IFOA exam qualifiers, could you please come forward so we can take a picture with Katrina? Thank you. So the next category is the young actuary under 30 to watch out for. We had a few nominations for this one, and we're going to show them. So that's me. All right. Exceptional achievements are within our reach when we stand tall on the foundation of personal integrity, hard work, and unwavering determination. This is speaking towards the young actuary under 30 to watch out for. Our first nominee is Ewoma Okweni. Now, in this category, you could have nominated yourself or your peers, your colleagues at work could have nominated you in this category. So there was a write-up by whoever did the nomination, and we have some of it here. For Ewoma, having passed 2 actuarial exams within 18 months of joining the profession without any relevant background in the actuarial field, she built an IBNR model with loss ratio, BCL, and BHF, and contributed to the implementation of IFRS 17 in her firm. That's Ewoma. Up next is Habib Amodu. Habib is an exceptional actuarial professional who has demonstrated unwavering dedication and passion for his craft. A graduate of actuarial science from the University of Lagos, Habib has been an integral part of Coronation Insurance's actuarial unit for over 3 years. So I'm going to skip some of the write-up because we have a few nominees. Matthew Adebi, and Matthew is the first chartered actuarial analyst in Nigeria with a flawless exam record. Matthew is yet to fail any exam. He holds a master's in actuarial science, excelling with a 4.03 GPA, and has passed SO exams PFM along with VE requirements. Nwagba Udochukwu Esther is another nominee. Nwagba Udochukwu is a very zealous person. Her love for actuarial science has made her way better in the profession than her peers. She's a recent graduate of University of Lagos who aspires to become an actuary in the nearest future. Ajadi Abdul Kabir Opayemi, and Ajadi is a graduate from the Department of Actuarial Science at the University of Jos, achieved a second-class upper division with a remarkable GPA of 4.36. For me, the most interesting thing about Ajadi is 9 out of 10 in each of his exams, all in one sitting. And I'm telling you, 9 out of 10, you know, so that's excellent. The next nominee I'm clicking. I am clicking. I am clicking. And we have here Ihioma Aibogo. So Ihioma is a final year actual science student at McMaster University. She has a great knowledge of mathematics and has been interested in the actual field ever since she found out about it. She hopes to graduate by November with a nice job. She also volunteers in the actual society in her university. Moving on to the next nominee. Still have another one. Seflimi Arowoka. Seflimi Arowoka's remarkable journey marked by academic excellence and impactful leadership demonstrates his competence and dedication in his chosen field. He has excelled in qualification exams and actively promotes the actual field through volunteering and tutoring. He has authored math and actual science study materials and is currently pursuing graduate studies at the University of Wisconsin. Tohib Ahmed is another nominee. Tohib is an exceptional actuarial professional who embodies academic excellence and practical expertise. A first-class graduate of actual science from the University of Lagos, Tohib possesses a unique blend of book smart and foresight in his analysis. His prudency and ability to think critically are hallmarks of a skilled actuary. I'm going to skip that, so we move on. Oluwatosin Gay. I don't think we have a picture for Tosin. We couldn't get a picture for Tosin, but I will read that. Oluwatosin Gay is an exceptional individual who has demonstrated outstanding commitment, dedication, and passion for the field of actual science, making him an ideal candidate for this recognition. He graduated with a degree in actual science, and since then he has consistently shown remarkable intelligence, enthusiasm, and a keen desire to excel in his profession. I'm going to skip that, so we move on. So, those are all our nominees for the Young Actuary to watch out for. And the winner is, do we get a real drum roll here? Drum roll. And the winner is, thank you very much. The winner is, again, drum roll. Let's have it again. Matthew Adebi. So I'm glad we really got lots of nominees for this category. A fun fact about Matthew. Matthew also won this last year. And so can we have John Robinson please help us present Matthew's prize to him? Thank you very much, John. Thank you. The next award is for the most influential. In this next category, we didn't quite get many nominees like we did for this one, so we want to encourage everybody to... We actually extended the timeline so to get more, but we didn't for this particular category. So we have one nominee and one winner. And the winner is... Tolola Okpa. Is Tolola Okpa here? Yes? All right. So Tolola Okpa led the IFRS transition process for both the general and life business of a custodian investment PLC with outstanding success. He spends time impacting his team members who have zero idea about the process, and it's just the beginning of a great journey. Tolu is our winner here. Can we please have Katrina Thompson help present the award to Tolu? Thank you, Katrina. I'm sorry, the moral? Once, then, yeah, if you're the only person nominated, then, you know, you're going to take it home with you. But we would like to encourage people to nominate, like you did for the under 30. So yesterday, perhaps we need to do more work on what that category is about. Maybe that was not clear, you know. Maybe we need to do more work. Yes.
Because the first time we did the awards, we did actually under 30. And then the people who are above 30 complained that, why are we only looking out for people under 30? So we came up with the Inspiring Actuary Award so that we don't identify ourselves as older. But it seems like maybe the old guys are too busy, or maybe the young guys don't like the old guys too much. I don't know. But we are, the aim of this category is to identify people who are senior, who are doing stuff that you admire, that you want to encourage, that you want to highlight to other people. And the aim of the under 30 is to identify people who are doing good work and aspire. The whole aim of the whole awards is for us to recognize ourselves, to identify talent in the market, and for us to celebrate each other. But so please nominate. We didn't know what to do with that. We extended again, but nobody nominated. So I don't think, well, next year if it's only one nomination, one winner, and you put it on your CV.
Thanks, Iti. Thank you. So the one we've all been waiting for, the next award is for the Employer of the Year. David, could you please join me in presenting that award? For the Employer of the Year, we consider a few things. The best actuarial employer, the considerations, number of analysts and qualified actuaries the company has, exam incentives, so do they get exam raises, study days, things like that. Number of exam bodies supported, so do you support all of the ones represented here, SOA, CAS, and IFOA? Student internship opportunities, does the company allow that? Level of actuary involvement in management, level of actuarial team involvement in core organizational operations. So these are some of the areas, not all, but the major areas that were looked at. And the winner is, drum roll please. Again, please. ICO Insurance African International. Is anyone here representing the company? Anybody representing the company? Anybody from ICO here, please come up, take a photo. Anybody in ICO, please come up and join them to take this photo. Are you serious? Juliet. Juliet. Thank you very much, David. Thank you. The next award, I don't have that on the... Juliet, do we have... On the slides? We don't have that on the slides, the next one. So we're good here. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. But we do have, yes, the President's Award. The President, Kingsley Miller, is going to come up and talk about that. Thank you very much. My work here is done. Thanks, Adrian. We appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. So this is a wrap up. Okay. Good. So this is a wrap-up. Firstly, to thank everyone for coming. Thank you for making this a success. Thanks again to our sponsors. Please, could you show the sponsorship banner? Thank you for sponsoring us through this event. We really do appreciate. We're grateful also to our friends that flew from across the seas, and some of them had some uninteresting experiences. Saib, did I pronounce it right? Sahib, apologies. He's president of the TASC, the Kenyan Actuarial Society. Please, could you stand up for recognition, please? Thank you. He came all the way from Kenya. It was supposed to be a smooth trip within Africa, but he ended up spending 12 hours in the airport due to our immigration processes. I mean, clearly that's something that Africa needs to address. It's really unfortunate, but he persevered and he still made it here, and he's smiling. I don't think I'd be smiling if I had that kind of experience. So definitely has a very good spirit. Thank you very much for coming to join us. We do appreciate, and we will reciprocate. Thanks to our friends from the US, our friends from the UK, our friends from, well, you're from the US as well. I don't know why my mind positions Canada. I don't know why it does that. Thank you for coming. We appreciate. David is from Texas, so you know. So if you're interested in being a cowboy, please approach him. He'll give you a cap and boots. Good. And yeah, thanks to our presenters and our speakers. Thanks for taking the initiative and the time to go through your materials and come up with your presentation. It's not easy, and we appreciate. I appreciate Kudus, particularly a young man, and he volunteered to give us that paper. We really do appreciate, and I'd want to use that to encourage young people here. Please, while you study for the exams, and I think we stressed that point through Yvonne and yesterday's presentation. It's very important that you work on the soft skills as well. So important. That presentation had all of the main ingredients of a good presentation. A good presentation is all about storytelling. It had a story behind it. There was some fun inside it. There were emotions inside it. To have a good presentation, you need to appeal to the emotions of your audience. So young people, please do try to do that. And good thing for you is that there's a lot of resources online now on YouTube and the rest of them. When we were growing up, we had to literally read the book, but now you can listen to stuff on YouTube. There's so much books that you can read on YouTube. So please be mindful of that. We're committing at NAS to ensure that in subsequent conferences, we would always have something on the soft skills. We'll continue to do that. Communication, presentation, sales, negotiation, and all of those things. Those things could make the difference between making CEO and not. Thank you to another point on volunteering, which I think John spoke to that, and I want to reiterate, we need volunteers. The last 1 year, we suffered a lot from initiatives that we had that we didn't have people to drive. And there are a lot of ways that you can volunteer. Like Kudus, you don't have to wait to be called to do something. You can offer yourself to do something. And I think that life is so short, and well, I haven't died before, but I've had some near-death experiences. The last one that I remember, I was in this flight about to land into Cote d'Ivoire, and I don't know, the storm was terrible. I thought that was the end, actually. It was so terrible. And we're in that storm for like 30 minutes. It almost looked like the pilot was trying to land. He couldn't land. He was trying to go up. He couldn't go up. And I just said this. But at that point, and at similar points in my life, the things that come to my mind are actually very few. It all comes down to these few things that we do. So please, I know that your work as actuaries is very difficult, especially when you work in this environment. They're calling you to all sorts of meetings, even the ones that don't concern you. And they feel that they're paying you so much, so they want to get the sweat and blood from you. You watch this movie, Spartacus. they want to get blood and sweat from you, but still do make time. Please put yourself out there. And so there's so many ways that you can help. We had some initiatives around a national mass competition, which we thought would be great. I mean, one of the first problems that we have regarding growing the profession here is that a lot of secondary school students have never even heard of actuarial science. And these guys, they're good in maths. Me, it was by chance that I got to hear of it. I just happened to have an uncle who knew about it. That was it by chance. And a career person came to our school, and I asked her about it. She had no clue, and she's a career person. But the point is, so it's our responsibility to make sure that we tell these people. Well, we thought the national maths competition would really help. You know this cowbell maths competition? So we're thinking of doing something at that scale, you know, get all the secondary school students and have this maths competition and, yeah, NAS and all. But we struggle to get people to drive it, and I can't drive everything. We need people, and you don't have to be on council to volunteer to do those things. But please do join the council as well. November, there's going to be our AGM again. This is my last conference as president. So we will have a new president in November, and there are spaces in council as well. We have some people in council that have been there for 7 or 8 years. It should be 6 years. Please let them rest. We need people in council. Please volunteer. You don't have to be asked. And council is what we rely on to actually drive the strategy. Especially for our young profession like this, there's a lot of things that we need to do. We don't have a very strong administrative team because we can't afford to. So we're relying on people to actually help us do a lot of those legwork. So please, when the notice comes out for the elections, please nominate yourself and offer yourself to Mayowa. I'm particular about you, so please focus. Yes, yeah. Please nominate yourself and come and help us to get things sorted. There was this initiative we had also about building a library in Unilag. Wonderful initiative. They gave us space, the VC. But we didn't have anybody to drive those things through the fundraising and the rest of them. It was a shame. But the opportunity is still there. I'll round up now, firstly, by recognizing the persons who helped us with the Master of Ceremony, Joshua. I'm not going to try pronouncing the surname. Mei. Actually, she gave me a tutorial yesterday on the pronunciation, but I think I failed. Apologies. Mei, please come. Miriam, please come. These three people, they've done what most of us as actuaries don't like to do. They kept us engaged through the event. Please, I appreciate you. Let's take a photo together, please. Thank you very much for helping us out. Thank you. Also, a lot of us don't know that there was a chairman of this event. She's hiding. Where is she? Oh, yes, I said it, she's hiding. Yesterday, Oreduba, please come forward. So, okay, but before the pictures, I just wanted to give us a highlight of what yesterday did. So organizing this event is typically a 4 or 5 months journey, and there's a lot that is involved in it. There are meetings every now and then, calling this person and that person. It is really a lot of commitment. It was actually hard for us to get the chairman. She volunteered to help us. We really do appreciate it. Without her, we wouldn't have this event. Thank you very much yesterday. I should also mention in those meetings, because there were 2 yesterdays, it was very confusing sometimes. So when I remember, then I say, okay, YK, YG, YO. Okay. Yesterday, Kazim, please, could you come? Yes. And yeah, so there's the story. There's a story. I don't know how to tell this story, but let's say the last 7 years or so, yesterday's been very, very active in driving the society. And what is funny is that she hasn't been in Nigeria. Within that time, there's just a few months that she's been here, and that's why nobody has any excuse not to volunteer and do things. If she could do all these from outside Nigeria, you can do it. And even when Seflim was one of the volunteers that was, and now Seflim is in the US now, but he still volunteers to help us to teach Exam P. So even if you've got plans to leave, you can still do a lot here. And I think that I find it unfair when I see what yesterday does. I find it unfair because I think we need to allow her to rest. It's unfair. She's doing too much, and we've got a lot of younger people here that should let somebody else come and do something. Please. She deserves all of our appreciation. We thank you for everything that you've done. And in fact, so a lot of times, even in the planning committee, so I just know there's somebody there that is going to stand in for me, and that's very, very helpful. Having somebody else to stand in for me in those things, and I appreciate. I don't know how to say thank you, but we all appreciate all that you do. Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to the end of this event. Officially, that is the end of the 2024 conference. AI, its weaknesses, its strengths, and all. Thank you all for coming. Let's network and get to meet each other. Other events happening tomorrow. I know the SOA has got an event with their members. That is going to happen here at Radisson. And tomorrow, the IFO is also going to be in Unilag to meet the master students that are running the program and to meet the lecturers. There's been some challenges, and hopefully they would help to make things better there. For those that are interested in joining that program, as announced yesterday, please reach out to the school. The next set starts sometime in September or October. I lecture in the program, and a couple of other, 4 other people here. In fact, we should probably, did we recognize them? Apologies. Please, Francisco, Nkweti, Larry, is Larry here? Larry, please come, please come. Sorry, these guys, and I'll tell you why we should appreciate them. So I teach. I'm supposed to teach one of the courses last semester, and I struggled to find the time. You know, when Jesus said the spirit is willing but the flesh is weak, I was willing but I couldn't find the time. You know, eventually I was able to teach one class. Eventually, and that was hard. Then it got to time for the exams, and then I set the exams, and then I tried to solve the question, and I couldn't get the answer. And then it took me like 2 days to figure out the answer to the question. So I'm just telling you how difficult it is to actually participate in this program. It's a lot of sacrifice that the guys are making, and the success of the program is really down to their commitments. By the way, we've got space for one person on the program now. If you're interested in joining the program to teach, just volunteer. If we need more than one, yeah, please. I mean, one of the complaints that we're probably going to hear from the students in the session tomorrow, and preparing your mind, Katina, is issues around the lecturing. They wanted more than they got. But there's only so much that the guys could do anyway. They've got their own work. So yes, there's some more stuff that we need to do, and we need more people involved as well. So please, thank you very much, Francisco. Thank you very much, Larry. So some of them, some of them told me they took 5 classes, 6 classes. I don't know how they did it. Thank you very much. Let's take a picture together. Okay, that's a wrap. Thanks.
you.